as Dennis just motors away from the rest of the field. Tiring down the stretch, but still having enough in the tank to see her through to victory in the girls' Class 3 400-meter final. As she cruises to victory, giving St. Mary High 9 big points in the Class 3 girls 400-meter final.
Yeah, some valuable points there.
61.52, and third, Sedona of Port Antonio, 63.20.
Events are coming thick and fast. The Class 2 girls will be on track shortly.
Yeah, just some results for you. The high jump Class 1 girls final. The result, the Scott sisters of Buff Bay, both clearing a meter .50 to take first and second.
No prizes for guessing what the discussion will be over dinner.
No prizes at all, but I think, you know, there will be some discussion about who is the better jumper.
So the Class 2 girls of 400 meters will be on track, and this is a stacked field. There are 6 competitors. Sharika Thomas, you're looking there at Chanel Clark Gibbings from Port Antonio. She won the 1500, 800 double at Eastern Champs 2020 in Class 3. Stepping up now in Class 2, stepping up in class, stepping out of those events and into the 400 meters. There she is.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily hard to make the transition from the longer events to the shorter ones. The difficult adjustment is going from 400 to 8 and 15.
Looking there at Vanessa Ward, she was 3rd in this event last year. Yeah. From Titchfield, Buff Bay's Rakayla Williams there.
Dejanique Cato from Port Antonio will go in lane 4. This young lady, Abigail Smelly of Glengough, runs a strong 200 meters. We'll see how best she can go in the 400 meters. So 7 athletes face the starter. Thomas, Smelly, Cato, Williams, Ward, Cameron, and Clark Giddings.
Set. There's also Jameer Scott from Buff Bay as they're sent away. A good start from Abigail Smelly from Glengough, the defending champion in this event. She has gone out well. She has gone by Sharika Thomas from Glengough, her teammate. Those two going very strong. They hit the 200-meter mark. And Chanel Clark Gibbings, the 1500, 800 meter double winner from 2020 in Class 3, also going well. But Abigail Smelly from Glengough with 120 meters to go. She leads the field just ahead of her teammate Thomas. These two, they take the rest of the field into the straight away. Abigail Smelly from Glengough, the defending champion. He's well and truly in charge. Clark Gibbings from Port Antonio running into second place. 57.20 the flash time. Oh, the defending champion, Abigail Smelly from Glengough. 56.91.
Yeah, 56.91. A great run from her. Defending champion in this event. At this point, 200 meters to go, very comfortably in the lead. Her teammate hanging on to her coattail, Thomas, trying to go with her. Finished in second with a great run from start to finish. Covered the field at about 150 meters and now losing ground a little to her teammate, but now the transition takes her well clear of everyone. Powerful, strong strides, nice arm action. And as the rest of the field tires, she powers away to defend her title. A credible 56.91 seconds. So Smelly defends her title at the 2021 edition of the Eastern Championship.
Abigail Smelly, her teammate Sharika Thomas, who was actually second in this event last year, was in second place for a large part of the race. But the 1500, 800 meter strength from Shaniel Clark Giddings took her through in the latter part of that 400 meter. But the champion there on screen, Abigail Smelly, won last year, won this year, and will be hoping to win in coming years as she move up in class.
Yeah, and I know she's hoping and with big hopes for the National High School Championship. It's the Boys and Girls Championship.
Interesting to see what will take place now for the boys 400 meters. It was set to be the girls 400 meters with Jamira Scott and Alia Francis, but Jamira Scott went in the other, well, the 400 meter of a class 2. So there's no need to contest the class 1 400 meters by herself. And Dwayne, you can tell me as it relates to time, she would rather run with the class 2 girls as opposed to running by herself, wouldn't she?
Yeah, and it gives a little bit more competition in the event. So great decision by the officials to merge those two events, the classes 2 and class 1 400 meters.
Looking now at the class 3 boys 400 meters. That's Jadane Taxter from Titchfield, finalist in this event last year. Port Antonia's Dante Simpson. And in lane 4, that's Jadon Thompson from Titchfield.
Yeah, so not a lot of athletes present in these events at the championship, but still those who've shown up will get points for their team, providing that they finish the event.
And important that you stated finish the event, because we've seen where athletes have failed to complete the event when there are a limited amount of athletes, where if they walk from start to finish, well, you can't walk, you have to show, they say,
honest effort.
A bona fide effort.
Yeah. So who determines if it's a bona fide effort?
That's a good question.
Because what if walking is the best that I can do?
That is a good question, but they will probably tell you that you have to walk fast. Class 3 boys, 400 meters. Set position, center away. The record here, my Javier Bell, 51.65, set in 2007. Gone out well is Dante Simpson from Port Antonio in that brown or maroon and gold. They've gone by the McDonald Tunnel. He's going very well along with Jadon Thompson from Titchfield on his outside. Jadane Taxter also from Titchfield, running out of lane 7 is there and thereabouts. He's very close. These two well and truly away from the field. So it's Taxter and Thompson, the two T's, or rather Taxter and Simpson. Simpson from Port Antonio, just ahead of Taxter from Titchfield. The race is on now in the final few meters. Looks as if Dante Simpson will hold on for the victory, as maybe toying there with Jadane Taxter from Titchfield, but led from gun to tape, as they would say in racing, and a good victory for Port Antonio. And so far, Port Antonio has done well from what we've seen this morning.
Yeah, the boys have been performing at a very high level. Have Port Antonio, they have shown up to these championship intentions of wrestling the title away from Buff Bay. Dante Simpson, 55.07. Yeah, here, comfortable through the first 200 meters. Look to start and a great run to the final 150, but here looks to have ran into a wall and slows down significantly, tries to go again and isn't finding the energy, sprints off into the home stretch. Felt the challenge from Simpson on his inside, from Thaxter on his outside, and here tries to find another gear, digs deep. Thaxter trying to make a run back at Simpson, but Simpson, too much work done in the earlier stages of this event to surrender the title as easily as he takes the Class 3 boys 400-meter final.
You're looking there at the competitors for the Class 2 event. And a couple of athletes from St. Mary High. That's Kevin Brown from Port Antonio, Siobhan Jarrett from Titchfield, and Trevon Lewis from Port Antonio. So 2 Port Antonio athletes here.
Yeah, looking to score big points for their team.
Also seen an athlete from Morant Bay. I'll tell you who that is as well, but a good start to the middle of the pack by Kevin Brown, the Class 3 champion from 2020. He has gone out well in those bright green spikes as they hit the 200-meter mark. Junior Grant from St. Mary High also going well on his outside. Now these two well away. That's Devonnie Williams from St. Mary High. So 2 athletes from St. Mary High on the outside being challenged by Kevin Brown from Port Antonio. The battle is on. And Devonnie Williams from St. Mary High was 3rd in 2020. Won't be 3rd here in 2021. As Devonnie Williams comes across the line and takes it just ahead of Kevin Brown from Port Antonio. 51.12 for Williams, Brown 52.42, and Lewis 52.87. At this point, those 3 athletes, those 3 gentlemen hitting the 200-meter mark were very close to each other, but it wasn't so at the end of the race.
Yeah, nice 3rd 100 meters by Williams of St. Mary High School to separate himself from the rest of the field, and in the home stretch, powerful running down the last 50 meters to solidify his status as the best Class 2 boy in the East as he takes the title in 51.12 seconds.
He had a good run. He was determined. 3rd last year, coming back this year, decided that he has to go atop the podium and has done so. And has done so in style. There he is from St. Mary High, Devonnie Williams. By the way, we'll tell you that the discus throw event is going on in the background for girls. And they have combined classes 1, 2, and 3. And after 3 attempts, the leader was Shantoy Chambers from Oberlin.
Please note the various signs posted throughout the venue, reminding you.
Yeah, Renardo, we're awaiting the Class 1 boys in the 400 meters. They will be on track shortly. But it's always interesting when you think about track and field in Jamaica and what would have happened over the past year. It is really and truly great to have the event, have the sport back. I know a lot of questions will be asked about the legacy that is track and field. How will we preserve it? And I think this is a great step towards getting competition back on the island.
It is a great step, and for these athletes, they will hope that they've done enough to convince the powers that be that
wearing the yellow
we
suit.
can have
We wish you
track
a
and field
safe
back
and
locally
successful competition.
in a safe environment. We can have athletes competing week after week safely, and that the sport that we know as being the maybe rivaling football as the #1 sport in Jamaica, if not the #1 sport in Jamaica. I would say that it is the #1 sport in Jamaica from a global standpoint, back and going, because as we look inside the discus cage here, this is attempt number 4. It's important that we get the sport going.
Yeah, the girls in the discus underway, and I think Coach Maurice Wilson will say to you, Leonardo, in terms of global presence and global acclaim, track and field in Jamaica is the #1 sport.
It is. These
Here are the results for the class 4 girls.
ladies
100
continue.
meters. The winner, Halisha Bell, St. Mary High, 13.78. Second, Raquelia
The
White.
combination of these events
13.82.
means that the Wayne, you will be out of here long before curfew hours.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that with the limited number of athletes, that the meet goes by very quickly. And I know we should be making a substitution shortly in the teams.
Yes. Take it that my producer has decided that you're having too much fun.
And all good things must come to an end as we continue
Or a
to...
pause.
Yeah, or a pause, but in our case, end of the first session as we continue to look at the girls in the discus cage.
They'll be hoping that the good thing that comes at the end of the discus will be a medal.
Yep. Like at the end of the rainbow.
They're at their 4th attempt, by the way.
Yeah. We're getting ready as well, not on camera, the boys class 1 400-meter final. And such a fantastic record in this event, 46.91, set on the 8th of February by Javier Bell of Seaford at the time.
Antoine Williams there from Oberlin.
Yeah, Najee Mikel, Port Antonio, also one to watch in this event.
Najee Mikel from Port Antonio goes in 3. Tyrese Jackson, Buff Bay in 4. Wayne McGregor, Port Antonio in 5. Omar Grant from Oberlin in 6. Antoine Williams from Oberlin in 7. And Walters, who should have gone in lane number 8, is absent. Oh, there's a pull there from Omar Grant, it seemed like, from Oberlin out of lane number 6. And inside, Wayne McGregor from Port Antonio going well. His teammate is left back, Tyrese Jackson, trying to go with him. So 4 competitors in this one, in the middle of the pack from Port Antonio. Wayne McGregor has gone out very fast. Now Najee Meekley is trying to get close to his teammate, but Wayne McGregor from Port Antonio is storming away with victory here. And Najee Meekley just toying with Wayne McGregor, or rather Tyrese Jackson. But the winner, 49.80 for McGregor. 51.22 for Meekel.
51.22, third to Tyrese Jackson of Buff Bay. 51.61.
Athletes just, as we look back at the race here.
Yeah, and at this point, one of the favorites for the Class 2 event, Class 1 event, Meekel of Port Antonio, a very good competitor, but I think he was very comfortable having already qualified for the ASA Boys and Girls Championship.
He's the defending champion for this event.
Defending champion, easily one of the best athletes in the event, but his teammate did well to take the title win. McGregor 49.80, personal best for him. And Meikle 51.22.
Maybe the discussion was whoever comes off the curve in front should go on to win.
Sounds familiar. We discussing discussions, and we turn to the discus. The girls still competing in round 4 of the event.
Trying to keep up with all that is happening. The discus event. So many events, and we have to give you them as they come. As we look at the discus, the athletes in the discus, you'll hear from Dwayne Extel about what it is that he would have surmised from the 400 meters. And then after Dwayne Extel, you will hear from Jeremy Brown. And there's also Coach who is also here, David Randy. You heard him last week. And Dwayne, the discus throw happening, the 400 meters just concluded. And you were a 400 meter athlete. You did the event, didn't you?
Tough event, Renardo, but it's gotten tougher over the years. It has become more of a long sprint than a conservative one. And it in itself, quite the event, has been quite the event for Jamaica in recent seasons, producing multiple finalists at the World Championship level, the Olympic level, medalists as well, and putting together big 4x4 teams. But great performances so far, commendable all things considered. The athletes have done well here at the Eastern Championship as we get ready for the hurdles event set to take track in a few minutes. The girls class 4 70-meter hurdles scheduled to be the first hurdles event on track. Should go off in a few minutes. As we get ready to make the switch and welcome in the new commentary team, taking themselves time to get ready. But we still have coverage here live at the National Stadium here in Kingston, Jamaica.
So for the class 4 girls,
the defending champions on the boys' side, Buff Bay, having their own issues, but still hoping to retain their title. But Port Antonio has been looking superb so far this morning at these championships. St. Mary, comfortable on the girls' side. They will want to wrap up proceedings as soon as possible as they look to retain their title as girls champions of the East. So we went to the broadcast. Riley.
Thank you, Dwayne. And of course, bright sunshine here inside the National Stadium. You can almost feel a sense of just sheer relief as these athletes are able to compete. Of course, these championships were postponed a few weeks ago, and the government gave the clearance just 2 weeks ago. So, well on the way, the Eastern Athletics Championships 2021. St. Mary High, of course, looking to defend the overall championship title. They would have won the girls section in well, last year, and to took second in the boys section, while Buff Bay won the boys section overall. Next event on track will be the sprint hurdles, starting with the 70-meter hurdles for girls class 4. We'll be joined shortly by Coach David Riley, a man who needs no introduction these days, but nonetheless, of course, coach of Excelsior High, formerly of Women's Boys. Of course, it's the new norm here at the national, of course, at these sporting events. We have to sanitize, so I had to pause just now just to carry out some bit of sanitization. Coach Riley, welcome to our coverage, TVJSN, and later on TVJ, our coverage of the Eastern Athletics Championships.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here back in the National Stadium doing track and field again. You want to think that this place was made for track and field.
Well, like I said earlier, you can almost feel a sense of relief as you observe the officials and the athletes, everyone up and about. And this is, of course, a qualifier for the boys and girls championships, and also a precursor for champs, as everything that takes place here will be greatly observed, Coach Riley. As you know, all eyes will be on champs in just about 2 weeks.
Yes, all eyes will be on champs, and of course this is a rehearsal as well for the officials. They have to integrate the COVID protocols in the normal meet operation, so as they carry out their various tasks as it relates to moving of equipment and measurements and so on. We have to insert the COVID protocols in there just to make everyone safe. And it's not just the athletes who have to be safe, but the officials as well.
Right. And as you mentioned, safety, Coach, of course, I have been seeing over the last few days the requirements for champs, including the athletes going into a bubble, everyone having to do their COVID-19 tests and so on. Your thoughts on the overall measures that have been put in place?
It's a lot. It's a lot of changes, lots of things, all aimed at making everyone safe. And, you know, it shows the extent to which ISA and the sponsors are willing to go to preserve this opportunity for the athletes. Yeah. As it really is for the athletes. And everything that's been done to make them safe and so that the championships can be held, which is really a competition. It's a competition. And of course, the other activities surrounding the competition are also important.
Well, you know, there's an old adage, better safe than sorry.
Yes? Better safe than sorry. And we can be safe in this case as well.
Yeah. And it must be said, and the experts have said it too, that persons here at these track and field meets are sometimes far safer than even those who turn up at the supermarket and the grocery store and the you name it, any other store you want to turn up at, because of the various measures that are here to protect everyone.
Yes, and in addition to that, they found that the compliance rate for the athletes is way much higher than the compliance nationally. I mean, compliance nationally for mask wearing was 14%, but through the qualification trial series, they found it was 95%. So it's very interesting.
Wow, wow. Goes to show. So the next event on track, the Class 4 girls 70-meter hurdles. Only 2 will go in this one, of course. Time finals. So Brianna Vassell of Glengoff will be running from lane 3, and her teammate Michaela Richards will be running from lane 5. So just waiting on the officials to finalize setting of the correct height for these hurdles. And Coach Riley, at this level, meaning class 4 hurdles, as a coach yourself, what is the main area that you tell these athletes to focus on? You know, the technique is important, but is it a matter of just trying to complete the event?
Yeah, the hurdle is a rhythm event, and it's more important for you to get the rhythm of the strides in between the hurdles. So you're trying to use the same leg to clear the hurdle with each time, and that is really what the focus is. It's not so much to emphasize speed, but it's really to emphasize the rhythm and the technique, the hurdle clearance, and of course the time will come. And you're more likely to be better when you're older than at this age.
Right.
The hurdles are raised and they're spaced further apart as the athletes get older.
All right. All right, so just standing behind their blocks. Sanitization process on the way. And it's a sight to behold, Coach Riley, the new norm. Just to see the hurdles being sanitized, just to see the long jump pit being sanitized after the athletes depart or exit the pit or the discus area, as I observed earlier as well. But it's good to see that everyone is complying and accepting what this new norm is.
Yeah, and it is so detailed in terms of the procedure, the protocols, that even the official that you see applying the chemicals to the hurdles or the implements, that official is required to know how to mix it.
Wow. So not to overdo it.
Yeah, the official must know how to mix it. Not necessarily that's the person who's mixing it, but
right.
They should know how to.
Wow.
Yes, it's that detailed.
Well, it's all here on full display. And like we said earlier, this is a precursor or a rehearsal to the Boys and Girls Championships, which come up in about 2 weeks' time.
And it is a necessary rehearsal because, of course, these numbers are smaller. And though we don't expect the numbers at champs to be the normal numbers, but it will be several times this.
Yeah. You know, Coach Riley, a year ago, you said something that has resonated with me. We spoke in an interview after champs was cancelled last year, and your comment was, you know, why cancel the event after just one event?
After one case.
One case.
Yeah.
Sorry, one case. And 3 months later, of course, we had maybe about 30 cases. And I spoke with you again, and you reiterated that point, you know, which was we canceled champs after just one event. Now, and we're trying to get sports going when we have 100+ cases. So, you know, I must go back to that. A quick update. Some events earlier. The Class 4 girls long jump was won by Amanda Codrington of Titchfield, 3.83 meters. Marissa Stewart, her teammate, was second. Raquela Bailey of St. Mary High was third. Back to the track real quick. The 70-meter hurdles, Class 4 girls. 2 will go in this one. Brianna Vassell of Glengoff and her teammate, Michaela Richards, in the set position. And away they go. And as they clear the hurdles, it is Vassell who has that slight lead, struggling a bit to get over. But of course, remember now, this is Class 4, so it's a Vassell who will take the event ahead of her teammate, Michaela Richards. And we'll have the times rather for you in just a tick. So that's Vassell coming in at 15.30 seconds. Brianna Vassell of Glengoff taking that one. Going back to some results really quick. As you look back at the replay first off, Coach, your assessment here.
Well, the intention is to have 3 steps in between the hurdles. Of course, these athletes are struggling to do that. And that's primarily because the hurdle clearances aren't efficient enough. So that trail leg comes through, it's not a complete stride. And of course, they end up with an extra stride in between the hurdle, and as a result, they're alternating, which they don't really want. They would prefer a particular leg as their lead leg, and the other leg is described as a trail leg. Completely different actions of the legs and the arms to efficiently clear the hurdles.
Yeah. Well, the winner of the event, Brianna Vassell, 15.30. And of course, her teammate, Michaela Richards, getting second there, 15.89 seconds. Glen Goff, perennial contenders here at the Eastern Championships. The school of Natasha Morrison, who of course ran a wonderful 10-point personal best, 10.87 seconds on the weekend to win the 100 meters at a meet in the US. So a proud product of Glen Goff High, Natasha Morrison.
And that time by Vassell, 15.30, is the season's best for her.
Yeah.
And 64th on the list of Class 4 girls so far this season over 70 meters hurdles.
And of course, just to remind you that this meet is also a qualifier for the Boys and Girls Championships. So those athletes who have not met the qualifying standards will be using this meet to do so for Boys and Girls Champs. Some quick results for you once again. The shot put Class 2 boys, O'Neill Bryan took that one. He's from Titchfield, 11.23 meters. Jamel Carr of Glengoff was second, 10.67 meters. And Fitzroy Esco of Port Antonio, 10.08 meters. The high jump class for Class 1 girls was won by Jamara Scott of Buff Bay with a leap of 1.50 meters. And her twin sister, Jamera, was second. In the long jump Class 1 boys, Michael Walters of St. Mary High took that one with 6.77 meters, ahead of Malik Parkinson of Titchfield, 6.53 meters. Antoine Salmon of Titchfield was third, 5.98 meters. The discus Class 1 girls, that was won by Chatoy Chambers of Oberlin, 37.32 meters. And Yasan Williams of Titchfield, 25.91 meters. So just some results of events completed earlier. And of course, you also had on track the 100 meters as well as the 400 meters, and we'll be giving you those results in a short while. But on track, the 80-meter hurdles for Class 3 girls will be up next, and 2 will go in this one as well. Coach, your thoughts on how the athletes are separated in terms of heats and as a result the events all being time finals?
Well, there's some things that they have to contend with in the middle of the pandemic. You have to, of course, minimize the risk of transmission from one athlete to the next, and so they try their best to separate the athletes on the straight. So we're using alternate lanes to make sure that the athletes are at least 6 feet apart for events on the straight. And then, of course, for the other events, like the 200 and 400, then they run in every lane because, of course, the staggers themselves at the start line does allow for social distance.
Is there, by now, is there a standard being used internationally that is accepted by most countries in terms of the lane assignments? And you mentioned that straight away the athletes being separated in terms of every other lane being filled. Or is it a case of it being discretionary?
No, what happened is that at the international level, you know, what we see in the terms of the seniors on television, those athletes would have been tested prior to the race, so we know what their status is. So those athletes would be negative, and in that case, they run in every lane.
Right.
In this case, where we don't know the status of the athletes, we try to protect all the athletes by separating them another lane. And that's just an extra precaution. Though they are temperature screened, that's not a COVID test. They're temperature screened, and they're screened for symptoms by just asking them a questionnaire, some questions, and that determines or give the assurance to the officials that, of course, the athlete is not experiencing any symptoms.
Yeah. So based on what you're saying, then it means for champs, the athletes will be beside each other
More
in
than
lane.
likely,
Right,
yes.
because they'll be tested.
They'll be tested.
Okay. Well,
but
thanks.
what you'll see at the start line, they'll still be staggered at the start line before the race. So you'll see the athletes in lane 1 may be standing behind the block, blocks, but the athlete in lane 2 is standing in front of the block. So there's still extra precaution
to
built
create
in
some
there
distance.
to create some distance,
Yeah.
though we know what their status is.
Yep, it's the new norm for track and field.
Hopefully it's just for 2021.
If you know, coach, you're a man I listen to you, because after that almost prophetic pronouncement last year, after just one case we canceled champs, and then we tried to bring back competitive track and field when we have over, at the time, some 300 cases by near August. How long do you see this going on for? Because I can see for the remainder of the year, COVID being with us and still being the dominant issue being discussed.
Well, I think by now even though we don't have a cure, vaccination is taking place, and a lot more persons are understanding how the virus behaves and the methods and things that need to be done to prevent infection. And I think after years' experience, we should at least have systems in place that can help us to balance and exist or deal with the virus, and not just this virus, but infections on a whole. This one is the one that's front and center, but there are so many other things that we need to be concerned about as well. And once we get the behavior change, then we can proceed a little faster, even though we might still be in the middle of a pandemic for a long time.
Yeah, so with better understanding of the pandemic, we can see things returning to norm, or this will be able to dictate how much of normalcy we can have.
Yeah, I think some information, the sharing of information is a key part of it, because what we've noticed from the training that has taken place for the COVID marshals, persons learned so much about the infection and how to protect themselves, and they became ambassadors for the cause. And I think persons were just responding and saying, I mean, I wish I knew this before. I mean, we don't know this information. Why aren't they sharing this information with the rest of the public? So we have to find a way to get all those details to the general population so that persons can understand how to protect themselves. I think there's some ignorance there.
Yeah, and for there to not be any kind of panic or ignorance, because although champs
or jump into your own conclusions, because people are doing that. People are making their own conclusions about how to protect themselves. They feel that they can't catch it. They feel that if they use their garlic and their ginger, they're fine, and they don't need to do all the things that are being said. And they just don't understand that a lot of it is not necessarily common sense. There's science, but not common sense.
Yeah, and just to read and understand and follow what's happening. CHAMPS has been approved, but we saw where the National Parent Teachers Association, they were in disagreement with CHAMPS being held, despite the government approving it and the health experts saying it should be a go for CHAMPS. We still had a major national body disagreeing with CHAMPS being held, and their opinion must be counted, because if the parents don't allow these children to compete, then there can be no CHAMPS either.
Yeah, but you're not a parent for the neighbor's child.
And I understand that.
So, I mean, if the neighbor wants their child to compete, then you don't speak on their behalf. And I've always said that, it's very easy for someone who doesn't take the bus to vote for the raising of the bus fares.
Right.
People who are involved and are affected tend to reason things differently than those who just dismiss the claims or the interests of others because it's not affecting them directly.
And that is why I made the point about understanding the entire process and following what's happening and getting an intimate understanding and knowledge of it, because if you go out on a limb to speak of CHAMPS as if it's being held in the numbers that we're used to seeing over the years, then you'd be far removed from really what's happening.
Yeah, and I think part of the point that they made was that ISSA was putting the athletes at risk to make money, and there's no money to be made by anybody in all of this. I mean, no, everybody is going to be, maybe the only people would be the sanitizing company and the people who are
Right.
providing those supplies. But
Right.
other than the vendors, nobody's making any money out of this. The
Right.
schools wouldn't mind not having the expenses that they now have to maintain their program and to provide the athletes the opportunities to demonstrate their skills. So it's a little unresearched
Yeah.
position.
Yeah, and you know, it must be said, and I'll re-emphasize and reiterate that champs will be without spectators, first and foremost, because I think when champs is mentioned, persons think of the traditional look of champs on a Saturday or afternoon, Friday evening, the stadium being filled and everything booming, but that is not what persons will see this year for sure.
Right, and most of the athletes compete on a normal champs without any spectators because Tuesday is always empty, Wednesday is empty, Thursday is empty.
Yeah.
And there are lots of finals that are staged on those days, so it's nothing big.
So you could say, you know, somewhat, you know, social distancing was being practiced at champs for years.
For a long time.
Yeah, you have enough seats where you don't have to even sit beside a fellow spectator. You can sit 2 seats away from a
Yes,
spectator,
yes.
right? So if we want to put a lighter spin on things, you know, social distancing was being practiced at champs for years.
And of course, with the production from TVJ,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great view from your living room. I mean,
You have the best
Oh,
seat
gosh.
in the house, right there in your living room. And and I know if you're in your living room right now, wherever you are, you looking on screen there at Petra Campbell of Buff Bay, you're not missing much as we are awaiting the start of the 80-meter hurdles for Class 3 girls. It seems as if she'll be the only one going in this event, as her teammate Onika Smith was also listed to compete, but we're not seeing her here, only Petra Campbell. So I'm sure she's just awaiting the starter's orders, and she heads inside her blocks now. Brenna Vassal of Glengoff won Class 4. Let's see how Campbell do here. I'm sure Coach Ali will take an even closer look at her technique. So sent about her business as Petra Campbell of Buff Bay. Having some trouble clearing the 4th hurdle, but carrying through and doing her best. And will, of course, take all the points here for Buff Bay. Number 0160, that's Petra Campbell of Buff Bay. And getting the obligatory spray at the end as we look back, Coach Riley, on young Petra Campbell.
Yeah, so she ended up taking 4 strides in between the hurdle, was good up to the first hurdle, a little far from the hurdle. So, of course, she touched down a bit close to the second hurdle. That, of course, led to more distance to clear or to cover for between that second and the third hurdle. And, of course, by that time, she ended up with an extra stride and could not recover to have that 3 stride in between the hurdles.
And what I'm noticing here at Eastern Champs as well, Coach Riley, the numbers are down in terms of schools represented, in terms of the number of athletes competing compared to even 2020, because this meet was held last year and it came just before the pandemic began impacting Jamaica. So the traditional, the defending champions in Mary High, they're here, Buff Bay is here, Oberlin as well, Glengoff, Moran Bay. But when I look at these schools, these are the schools that usually do very well at Eastern Champs.
The schools that usually invest in track
invest.
and field. Yes.
I mean,
So that's
like
the thing.
term.
Yeah.
I rather like
Not
that term.
everybody
Invest.
wants to invest in the athlete's ability in this particular sport at this time. And of course, the hurdles are very difficult to conduct training during the pandemic.
Right.
You're talking about having to bring the athlete to the training site. You have to have hurdles. You have to be sanitizing in between. So These events are difficult. The technical events are difficult. The other events, you can send the athletes on a run. They can do hills. They can do stuff on their own at home,
Right.
and still develop some fitness. But the technical events where they require coaching, supervision, and instruction, those are a little bit more difficult. And these teams are rural communities. Of course, they might not necessarily be living next door to the school. And so traveling back and forth becomes an issue. And the preparation, of course, would have been affected more so than some of the teams within the corporate or the urban centers. So it's a difficult thing, but of course, the teams that are willing to put the effort in, you see them show up at Eastern Champs.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out in terms of the challenges that exists in training, because it's one thing to come here and compete, but there has to be a preparation process. This is not a sports day. These are the traditional
Or fun day.
or just a fun day, just to come and just run in the sun and it's not about that. It's a serious business of high school track and field. Champs being the biggest sporting event in Jamaica, year in, year out. I won't even say arguably, because I won't argue with anyone about this. It's a fact. But there's a preparation process. And you, of course, being head coach at Excelsior High, take us a little bit into the preparation process. The challenges you meet in terms of getting the athletes to adhere to the restrictions that will be in place when they attend these meets.
Well, the main thing is to educate the athlete, so that the athlete is fully aware of what needs to be done or what you're trying to do in terms of the protocols. Then, of course, we have to divide the athletes into groups, small groups, usually based on their events, and of course you allow them to stay only within their group and try not to interact with athletes outside of the group. That is very difficult for this age group, because of course they want to interact with their friends, they want to talk to this person, they want to touch each other, but those things are not allowed.
Right.
And so it's a difficult adjustment for them as well, because we're really converting people from the social beings that they are to some stoic, distant, hands off me, don't come near me kind of thing. And we have to be careful as well, because we need to make sure we tell these kids that this is just for this time, because this is not how we want to relate with each other.
Right.
we don't want a situation where we're no longer, affectionate, but we can't show all those affections right now.
Right, and to build that camaraderie from the training ground to take to or into competition. I mean, socializing is very important. I can't see a situation where you have, for instance, you're training your quarter milers, and because of maybe the number of quarter milers you have to say to the sprinters, well, that is to the 100, 200 persons. You can't train this afternoon based on what we have here. Tomorrow you'll have to, go through your routine. Because it's important for athletes to support each other in training and to just build that camaraderie. All right, so next up on track will be the 100-meter hurdles for Class 2 girls. Of course, we had earlier the 80-meter hurdles for the Class 3 girls and the 70-meter hurdles for the Class 4 girls. Brianna Vassell taking the Class 4 event ahead of Glengoff. This ahead of her teammate Michaela Richards. And Petra Campbell was the only one to go in the Class 3 80-meter hurdles. We have what looks to be 4 athletes will go here in the Class 2 girls 100-meter hurdles. Port Antonio High's Ravel Goshin will be running from lane 1. In lane 3 will be Cassia Dixon of Buff Bay. And Glengoff's Charisse Beverly lines up in lane 5. Beside her is her teammate, Alexia Austin. And it's important to note that because these two are teammates, we see them being allowed to be beside each other as they head into their blocks. And on the outside, it's Peter Gay Julius of Moran Bay. So you're looking at the Glengoff pair there of Cherise Beverly in 5 and Alexia Austin in the set position, sent about their business to the first hurdle. That's Austin of Glengoff. So Austin of Glengoff powering home. Hurdling quite cleanly is Alexia Austin of Glengoff, and she'll take this one by a mile, as Dixon of Buff Bay might well come in for second and might just have held off Ravel Gasheen of Port Antonio. But it was Alexia Austin of Glengoff, 14.52, winning impressively there. Winning by maybe some 30 meters, just blowing the field away, Alexia Austin, as we look back at the replay, Coach Riley.
Yes, not a season's best for her. She's gone 14.32 already this season. But here it is. You see some work being done there by Coach Marlo Kinghorn. Usually produce some hurdlers, and she's coming through very much aware of what needs to be done. Taking off a bit too far from the hurdle, but good enough aggressive run for her. 14.52 in a negative wind. Not a bad effort.
Indeed. Buff Bay's Acacia Dixon would have taken second ahead of Goshin of Port Antonio. So that is how they finished in the Class 2 girls 100-meter hurdles. You're looking at your winner, Alexia Austin of Glengoff High. 14.52 seconds, the final time. I think we'll be having the Class 1 girls event on track now, and just as we saw in the Class 3 event, just a solitary competitor. And this will be Buff Bay's Brittany Reed. All right, so Brittany Reed of Buff Bay, the only one turning up for the Class 1 girls 100-meter
On
hurdles.
your marks.
And she heads inside her blocks. Let's see how she will maneuver these hurdles. She's under the starters' orders, the Class 1 girls 100-meter hurdles. One competitor, Brittany Reed, sent about her business. And looking clean is Brittany Reed. Nice technique, and coming through and just driving, and 4 strides in between. As Brittany Reed of Buff Bay, who will go across the line now, and will give you her time in just a bit, but having to contest the Class 1 girls 100-meter hurdles alone, but did well to come through. 16.28 is the time for Brittany Reed, running into negative wind as well. So Coach Riley, your assessment as the replay will come up in just a tick, but once again, that is Brittany Reed of Buff Bay taking the Class 1 girls 100-meter hurdles.
Yeah, she was able to lower her season's best. She 16.28. It's quite a bit of an improvement over the 17.14 that she's registered so far this season. She was hoping really for something faster to get into the top 24, which is what's required for champs. And so she would need it to run something 15 low. They wrote 15.04. So she's missed it a bit. But of course, there's one more qualification trial series this weekend on Friday. So she might want to lace up her spikes for that.
Yep. And a timely reminder there. Coach Riley, of course, the meet being a pre-qualifier for champs. So the athletes will have that in mind, that they need to get in meet those qualifying times, those qualifying distances for champs. So the Class 3 boys 100-meter hurdles will be on track next. Duando Brown of Glengoff will go in this one, and he also has qualifying time to meet. That is Duando Brown, putting away his mask and heading back to his blocks. This is the Class 3 boys 100-meter hurdles. Number 205, Duando Brown of Glengoff High. Sent to his blocks. Saw his teammate Alexia Austin winning the Class 2 girls event quite impressively. Sent off DeWanda Brown of Glengoff, Class 3 boys, 100-meter hurdles. It's clearing those hurdles quite cleanly. That is Brown of Glengoff. Let's see what time he will register here. And just jogging through, he needed to just power off that last hurdle. I'm sure that's not what he was told in training. Just came across the line quite tamely. That is DeWanda Brown of Glengoff. And let's see what his time will be as we await that. But completing the event and being the only competitor will get the gold medal for the event. And these are all time finals, so if there was to be more competitors here, there would have been a bit more heats as well. So DeWanda Brown of Glengoff taking the Class 3 boys 100-meter hurdles.
Yeah, you get the feeling that he was just running for the win there and not for the time. But of course, different athletes have different strategies coming into these competitions. And it is a championship, so the points are more important than the time. So he'll be happy with that win. And as you mentioned before, going home with a gold medal.
That's DeWanda Brown, who won the Class 3 boys event. But you're looking now at one of the competitors in the Class 2 boys 110-meter hurdles. So going up in height. Class 3 boys, they contest the 100-meter hurdles. From Class 2 to Class 1, they contest the 110-meter hurdles. And that is Port Antonio's Jason Miller, who is waiting instructions as the officials once again sanitize. And you know, I continue to marvel at what's happening here. For those of us former athletes who wouldn't have had to go through any of this, just to see what these youngsters are having to endure.
Yes, it's a very interesting time. And of course, the athletes have been cooperating. You know, they fully understand what's going on, and clearly from their mannerisms and from the fact that they've allowed the officials to do their work, it suggests that they fully understand what's going on.
And that's what's important, because I'm sure government officials, the relevant government officials, will be closely observing just to see the type of compliance that will be on display. They'll be tuning into TVJSN, they'll be tuning into TVJ just to see what's happening.
Did you say will be or are?
Are. And well, will be because the coverage on TVJ begins at approximately 3 p.m. We're now live on TVJ SN. So just to remind them as well that come 3 p.m. you can tune in to TVJ as well. So the athletes are just awaiting the starters' orders as the officials, well, in fact, waiting on the officials to complete setting up the blocks and the hurdles. It seems as if we'll be having just two competitors in this one. Port Antonio's Jason Miller and Harris of St. Mary High as well. He'll be running from lane 6. Charlie Harris of St. Mary High.
And of course, the hurdles have to be moved back to the 110-meter hurdles marks.
Right.
So that's and of course the hurdle spacings have increased as well to 9.14 meters from 8.5.
Yeah. And Coach Riley, as we a few weeks ago, well, maybe 2 weeks ago, we saw an athlete who up to 2 years ago was competing at Champs, Rashid Broadbell, formerly of San Diego, now at MVP, 13.15. And it's beginning to look like one of the events that will be a marquee event for the national trials, the Olympic trials this year. I mean, we have a number of quality contenders, including the defending Olympic champion, Omar McLeod.
Yes, unfortunately, we don't have enough lanes because we have at least 10 quality male sprint hurdlers. And we only have 8 lanes. So somebody's going to, well,
miss out.
Quite a few persons are going to miss out on making the finals.
Yes.
And then quite a few persons going to miss out on making the team. So when you think about it, we have a huge depth in the sprint hurdles, both the male and the female side.
Yeah. It's
Quite
really
a few persons, and we're producing them because at the junior level they're coming up. I mean, Laciano now at Kingston College,
right.
also Formula of St. Diego. He's doing very well. He's still the #1 ranked junior now. I think it's 13.28 or something like that. He did the very first meet. We haven't seen him since that. But of course, there's a huge following of persons coming through over the hurdles.
And this is where it all starts, at this level. A number of these athletes, they take up the hurdles at the high school level, maybe some just before that at the prep school level, but mostly at the high
primary
school
school,
level.
not
and
prep.
primary as well.
They
Prep
do
and
say the primary school
primary
championship,
champs,
not the prep
right,
school
not
champ.
prep. Right.
I think it was an exhibition event at the prep
Right.
champs.
Yes, it was. So, but from an early age. Well, Coach, it's an event, it's a technical event, and coaches have to decide which athletes they send to the hurdles. How do you decide which athletes you send to the sprint hurdles or the 400-meter hurdles?
Well, because I can teach the event, I choose athletes based on what I see their ability, and I try to make a determination as to what would be best for them in the long term. And then it's about teaching them the skill from early. And if you teach the class 3 boy or the class 4 girl or the class 3 girl how to hurdle, then when they grow or they get older, they could transition either to the 4 hurdles or they continue to do the sprint hurdles. So you just teach them the skill, and then of course they'll make a decision when they get a little older. But skill acquisition takes a while.
Right.
And the younger they are, the more likely they'll try it. The older they get, they're more concerned about how they look.
Right.
And they don't want to fall in training, and the friends are going to laugh at them and all kinds of things that really don't matter. But it matters to them.
Right.
But the younger you teach them, without any pressure, you just introduce them as they go. I mean, I remember I had an athlete years ago who every day he would come to the triple jump, to the long jump pit, and he's there messing around with the triple jump. I wouldn't pay him any mind. And he'd be there just doing and just watching through the corner of my eye. And then, of course, eventually he went on to do exceptionally well in the triple jump just because he kept just fooling around with the event.
Right.
And so you just have to allow them and expose them to the events early, and without the pressure of trying to perform, but just pique an interest, learn an event, get exposed.
All right. So on screen there, that's Charlie Harris of St. Mary High. He'll be running from lane 6. Running from 4 will be Jason Miller from Port Antonio. And running from lane 2 will be Tevon James of St. Mary's College. So we have St. Mary's College and St. Mary High from the east. So that is Tevon James of St. Mary's College. And that is Port Antonio's Jason Miller, number 0271. And Charlie Harris of St. Mary High. Of course, these athletes will be looking to make their qualifying time for champs as well if they've not done so yet. As Coach Riley mentioned earlier, there'll be one more last chance meet for them after Eastern Champs is completed. Of course, the Western Championships come up on the weekend as well.
Thursday.
On Thursday. That last chance meet comes up on the weekend.
On Friday.
On Friday, yes. So the athletes back inside their blocks, James, Miller, and Harris.
Set
Position and send about their business. It's Harris of St. Mary High who's up to the first hurdle, looking the cleanest of the lot. Port Antonio's Miller is challenging now. Here comes Miller of Port Antonio, just coming up onto the shoulders of Harris of St. Mary High, and Miller will hold on for the win ahead of Harris. And James of St. Mary's College comes through for third, but Jason Miller didn't get off to the best start, but came through mid-race to take charge of the event. And as you look back at the replay, it was Harris here, Coach Riley, who was up to the first hurdle.
Yes, and of course you have to repeat the same action 10 times. All the hurdle clearances must be the same. You need to bring down that lead leg, and of course the trail leg must come through powerfully and complete that rotation. And of course, Port Antonio was a lot more committed to doing those actions for the entire race.
His lead arm though was a bit low, as I looked at that replay. How important is it to have that lead arm as well?
Well, the elbows should be bent at 90 degrees and just snap it down to your side just to return back to that normal sprinting action of elbows moving forward and back. But in this case, he actually had a sweeping action of that arm rather than dropping the elbow right beside him and pulling it back. So quite some work there to be done.
Yeah.
And of course, if you don't do it correctly, what tends to happen is that you lose your balance, and then you have to recover after each hurdle, which of course takes away from your overall time.
All right. So some quick results here as we await the start of the Class 1 boys 110-meter hurdles. The discus girls final for Class 1 was won by Chatoy Chambers of Oberlin, 37.32 meters. The long jump Class 3 boys final went to Ramor Bryan of Morant Bay, 4.32 meters. And Jaden Thompson of Titchfield was second, 4.25 meters. All right, we're going to quickly head to commercial break, and we'll come back with the Class 1 boys 110-meter hurdles as they're just going through their paces and awaiting the start of that event.
Hi there, I'm Simon Preston from TVJ. Thank you very much for watching our YouTube channel. To see our latest videos and also to see live events, click here. To see our full videos on onespotmedia.com, click here. Thank you very much.
And welcome back to TVJ SN's coverage of the Eastern Athletics Championships 2021. I am Jermaine Brown, and with me is Coach David Riley. You just missed the Class 1 boys 110-meter hurdles. That event was won by Marlon Campbell of Morant Bay, defending his title from last year, winning ahead of O'Dane Gray and Tawain Holworthy, both from Buff Bay, that is Gray and Holworthy. So Campbell defending his title. We're going to show you that event in just a tick. But Marlon Campbell of Morant Bay defending. Here we go. So lining up, and we had Ramon Mullings. We also had, well, Holworthy was in 4. It's not about their business. And Campbell there in lane 7 got off well and led from start to finish, winning quite impressively, dominating the event. Marlon Campbell of Moran Bay, of course, a school of Hazard Parchment, Olympic bronze medalist in this event in London 2012, World Championship silver medalist in 2013. So Marlon Campbell of Moran Bay no doubt will be hoping to follow in the footsteps of Hansa Parchment coach Raleigh, as we look back at Campbell taking this event quite decisively.
Yes, and he's been faster than 15-2-9. Last year had a much better season than he's having now, but of course that's understandable. But of course hasn't improved in terms of his technique, and should be looking forward to a better season.
Coach, how difficult is it for these athletes, having they've not been able to compete consistently as they would have done in 2019, for instance, and to come to these championships and be able to run times that are considered creditable, and to be able to even meet the qualifying times and distances that have been set?
Well, the biggest problem is not really the competition, but more so the uncertainty that surrounded whether the competitions were going to be staged. And those uncertainties would have led to a change in terms of how much they train and how regular they trained. And of course, that is reflected in their performance. And persons would probably be thinking that, oh, no champs is going to be held. There are not going to be any meets, so what's the point in me going and training every day?
Yeah.
And so, of course, every day you miss in training, of course, it would have affected your preparation. So I think that was really the big part for some of the athletes. It was not until, I think, maybe the end of December, early January, that ISA gave an indication to schools that champs may be held. But up to that point, persons were guessing.
And even up to 2-3 weeks ago,
right?
2 weeks to be even more accurate, there was still uncertainty as to whether champs would be held.
I think in December they would have communicated that there is an intention or a will for them to stage champs. So that would have kind of started persons going into training and so on. But whether champs is going to be staged or not, which is an approval from the authorities, that would have, not until recently that they got such information.
And even under normal circumstances, Coach, it's one thing to train, it's another to compete.
Yeah.
You can train and look as impressive as you want to, but come race day, you have to put all of that that you've done in training into competing. And it's a slightly different scenario.
Yes.
So
else you're going to be known as a training bad man.
Right, or a training bully. You train, you beat.
That's what they said at Monroe.
Well, no, we don't use bad man at Monroe.
No, you said bully. I said bad man. You said bully.
Yeah, bully. Yeah, we don't train bad man at Monroe. Maybe some bullies, but
but which one worse, a bad or a good man?
That's why we don't train bad man,
So
we know
bully or
nothing
a bad
about
man,
those.
which is worse?
Bullies will be there, You can't even find bullies at kindergarten.
Really?
Yeah. So that's more natural, but we don't know anything about bad man and all those things. In our case, it have kiss a cult a bit at the Great Hill, Monroe College. But all right, so we have some field events that are also on the way, and in particular, we have the high jump for boys, class 1 and 2. Not sure if they've combined the two classes. We'll tell you in just a tick, but that's the athlete from Buff Bay. That may be Tony's King of Buff Bay, and if it is, we'll tell you in just a short while. Just getting some instructions from his coach there, just to calm down and not to rush his jump. The athletes are stretching and going through their paces.
The height progressions for Class 2 and Class 1 high jump are similar. So it would be surprising if the organizers merge those two events to be contested at the same time, and then of course they'll separate the results. So it pretty much the same progression in terms of what the starting height is,
Yes.
and how they raise the bar.
And as you mentioned, raising the bar, certainly the J3As and ISA having to raise their own bar in terms of putting on this meet and champs to come, because a lot will be said and a lot will be observed as this youngster that is Tony's King of Buff Bay clears cleanly, and we'll tell you the height in just a moment, but just making that look easy just now. Tony's King of Buff Bay.
And that was his second attempt, I think, at that height.
So being able to clear that, and maybe going back to his coach and finding out if he did what was expected of him. But he is clear there. King of Buff Bay, Class 2. He's a Class 2 athlete. We'll be seeing Jaden Parks of Titchfield as well, and Ruel Martin, also of Titchfield. He is listed to compete in this, the Class 2 boys high jump as well. So King, his second event, clearing that particular height. High jump for Class 2 boys. High jump for Class 1 boys is also slated to be contested. Now, once again, King, he cleared the bar there, and the officials, well, the person responsible for sanitizing the area, as you'll realize, after each jump, the area is sanitized. So everything being done here according to the new norm and the new rules, as Ruel Martin of Titchfield will attempt to make his attempt now. Tall, lanky, and just hits the bar and is not able to clear. So that is Ruel Martin of Titchfield High, and he will have to go again. And the athletes all wearing their masks, so you compete and then put your mask back on. So it's only two who are competing here in the Class 2 boys high jump. Tony's King and Ruel Martin. Coach, King being shorter, Martin lanky. Here's King again. And it was all over the shop after taking off there.
Yeah, he's a bit too far from the bar, and then he aborted the jump. He realized he was a bit far, but of course, he should just complete the jump and allow the officials or whatever to determine whether there's a problem. Of course, you could still take off far and still clear the bar, but he aborted the jump in the air.
Yep.
I think the bar is at 1.65 meters.
Yeah, we're trying to get the exact height that they're at. And competitor from Titchfield also clearing here. And so, yep, it will seem as if it's the Class 1 and 2 boys who have been merged. 1.65 meters. So, well on the way with the high jump for boys, classes 1 and 2 being merged. We only had 3 competitors listed for the Class 2 section, and for the Class 1 section we had 5. So maybe clearly most of those who were slated to compete might not have turned up. So
well, 165 is low for a Class 1 high jumper, so maybe they're still under the tent there and have not yet entered the competition.
Yeah.
So here it is at King, class 2. He's to make his second attempt at the 1.65, but of course here comes another athlete, which more than likely will be class 1.
From Buff Bay. I think this is Ruel. This is Jamar Scott of Buff Bay, and he's class 1.
Yes.
He's class 1. Jamar Scott of Buff Bay. Tall, lanky. So here we go as he approaches the bar and fails to clear at 1.65. Limps away from the area, might have just banged his knee a bit into the bar. And coach, as you looked at his approach, what could he have done differently there?
Well, I think he's injured. He's trying to make the best of the competition. But here it is, not being able to clear that bar and still in some pain.
Yeah. All right, so heading over now to the 200-meter mark where the class 4 girls are lining up, and a full field here from lane 1 through to 8. Keon Redwood, Port Antonio, Jania Barry, Tishfield, Alicia Redwood, Port Antonio, Vassal, Glengoff, Thompson, Murn Bay, White of Tishfield, and Blake of St. Mary High. So athlete just falling from her blocks there. Let's see what the officials will do. Once again, just to give you the lane assignments, Keon Redwood, Port Antonio, Jania Berry, Tishfield, Alicia Redwood of Port Antonio in 3, Kalisha Bell, St. Mary High in 4, Brianna Vassal of Glengoff, saw her earlier in the hurdles, Ramoya Thompson of Moran Bay, Rakelia White of Tishfield, and Petrina Blake of St. Mary High. So the official steps onto the area, and Port Antonia's Keon Redwood has been disqualified, and this false start rule is, I'll continue to say, a tough one, especially on these young athletes. Only class 4, so that means age 13 and under. Your marks. So she just fell from her blocks pretty much, never had that balance. So they sent back to their blocks once again, second time of asking. Redwood is out, so it's Berry, Redwood, Alicia, that is. Bell, Vassal, Thompson, White, Blake. Second time of asking, and it's a clean break now. And up top, it's White of Titchfield, who's moving well on the outside there in lane 7. As they come inside the home stretch, it is White of Titchfield who leads this field. And here comes St. Mary High's Kalisha Bell as well. And on her outside, Jania Berry of Titchfield. But it is Titchfield's Rakelia White, pretty much led from start to finish, winning ahead of St. Mary High's Bell, and Berry of Titchfield taking third. But Rakelia White, dominant turn there, 28.22 is the winning time for Rakelia White of Titchfield.
And Titchfield has come out today to perform. Really strong start there from the athletes, of course running, doing their best. Not a max effort. There we see the official raising the flag. Someone is a lane violation, look like lane 7. And of course, Berry on the inside, almost in the lead, but of course on the outside, she was denied by Titchfield as she came through, looking very composed, lots of power there, running through to the line. We haven't seen her all season, but White takes it there at 28.22 seconds.
Yep, so that's Rakelia White of Titchfield. Impressive off the turn, and just held her form and her composure to take quite a facile victory. On your mark. There, Rakelia White of Titchfield winning ahead of Kalisha Bell of St. Mary High. Her teammate was third. So the class 3 girls now. This is section 1 of 2. Tiffany King, Moran Bay, Rihanna Dennis of St. Mary High, Dejane Webb, Oberlin, Grant Titchfield, Gutsmore of Bay, Downer of Port Antonio. They're asked to stand up. Lane 3, Yes, that would be vacant. So it's Tiffany King, once again, of Moran Bay
Anybody
in 1.
missing Rosie?
Rihanna Dennis of St. Mary High in 2. Lane 4 is Dejeuner Webb of Oberlin. In 5, Javona Grant of Titchfield.
On
In
your
7,
marks.
Aaliyah Gutsmore of Buff Bay. And out there in lane 8 is Davia Downer of Port Antonio. So sent to their blocks for the second time. Lane 3 is vacant.
Set
position and sent off, clean break. And Buff Bay's Alia Gutsmore is off to a good start. But Downer of Port Antonio looks the best of the lot. And on the inside, though, it's St. Mary High's Rihanna Dennis. So Rihanna Dennis in lane 2 comes inside the home stretch and is dominating section 1 of the Class 3 girls 200 meters. No stopping Rihanna Dennis of St. Mary High. And in second is Downer of Port Antonio. But Rihanna Dennis running out of lane 2 really led them off the turn. And that's the 25.92 for Rihanna Dennis. Smiling, happy with that victory as we look back at the replay.
Yes, and of course, she really didn't leave anything. Made sure she just covered all the athletes before she got into the straight. And there was no turning back for her, looking straight to the line, just making every stride, counting towards that stride, covering every single meter, and of course registering a very fast time. This is a time finals. There is a second heat with the fastest so far this season in that heat.
Yep.
That would be Rooms off St. Mary High.
Well, let's see if Rihanna Dennis will give her any room to overtake her. 28.22 seconds is the time that those in section 2 will be aiming to beat. Rihanna Dennis laying down that time to win section 1. Really sped off that turn. Dennis looked impressive. So section 2, let's see who we'll have lining up here. Maybe about 4 athletes will be going in this one. We're looking out for Tiana Rooms of St. Mary High, Dennis's teammate. So 5 will go, in fact. So Sade Price of Buff Bay in 1. In 3, Paris Brown of Titchfield.
On your marks.
In 5, Janelle Blackston of Glengoff. In 7, Rooms. And in lane 8 is Akila Breckenridge of Oberlin. Inside their blocks, section 2 of 2, class 3 girls 200 meters, 28.22 the time to beat. Bang! Sent off. St. Mary High's Rooms already off to a very good start. We're looking at Buff Bay's Price there on the inside as well. But here comes Rooms now of St. Mary High. We did say look out for her. They're in lane 7. Comes off the turn. And Glengoff's Blackston also challenging. But it is Tiana Rooms who is leading them to the line. Tiana Rooms of St. Mary High will win this one. And leading from start to finish. Brown of Titchfield takes second. So let's see what the time will be for Tiana Rooms of St. Mary High. Her teammate Dennis took section 1 in 28.22. And smiling there, 26.29.
25.92 was the winning time in the heat 1.
25.92.
And
yes.
Rooms 26.29. So she has to settle for second. And of course, Paris Brown, coming from her 400-meter run earlier, was unable to beat her. And of course, she has to settle for 4th place.
Yep. So the tall athlete Paris Brown of Titchfield in lane 3 tried to challenge, but there was no room for her as Tiana Rooms of St. Mary High had this one locked and stocked from the gun. So your winner of section 2, Tiana Rooms, and give you the official times.
We're not getting the wind
shortly.
readings from trackside. That would help us a bit. Conditions look good down there, but I'm sure it's still a headwind.
Yeah.
Just based on what we would expect at this time of day at the National Stadium here in Kingston.
Running into a negative wind.
Well, usually if it's really negative, then we'll see the tents and the signboards flipping over.
Right, right. So not as heavy right now, but we certainly saw that as well.
On your marks.
As the athletes competed in the hurdles, so they're being pushed back a bit by the headwind that they were running into. So this now is the Class 2 girls 200 meters.
Two sections.
Two sections as well. Dejanay Bogle in 4.
Set.
Gleason Luton, her in 5 as well from St. Mary High. Returning to Class 2 this year is Luton of St. Mary High. There she goes, but also being challenged by Cato of Port Antonio as they come off the turn. It is Glacian Luton of St. Mary High. Here comes Cato of Port Antonio, though, challenging. So it's Cato now who's taken the lead. And on the outside, Thomas of Glengoff is also challenging. But the winner, Dejanay Cato of Port Antonio, winning ahead of Sharika Thomas of Glengoff and Glacian Luton of St. Mary High.
So 26:29, the winning time there for Cato of Port Antonio.
So 26:29 for Cato of Port Antonio, winning section 1 of 2. As we look back at the replay, Coach Riley.
Yes, of course, Thomas went out really hard. So did Luton. But of course, it's not just about the speed, but the speed endurance. And that, of course, Port Antonio Cato had coming into the turn, coming into the straight, looking straight to the line and just powering through 0248, racing to a comfortable time. Now she'll wait to see what happens from the athletes in semi-final 2 or finals 2.
Right, so Cato of Port Antonio did a lot of work in the home stretch to separate herself from Luton of St. Mary High and also Thomas of Glengoff. So in section 2, we'll be seeing Shantae Price of St. Mary High, Trisha White of Oberlin in 3, Tanise Thompson of St. Mary's College in 4, and out there in lane 8 we're seeing Kaylon Biggs of Buff Bay. In 7 we're seeing Sasha Gay Thompson, and in lane 5 will be Abigail Smelly of Glengoff. Section 2 of 2, Class 2 girls 200 meters. Saw quite a few of these athletes running in the 100 meters
on
earlier.
Your marks.
The likes of Smelly of Glengoff and Price of St. Mary High. So they are sent to their blocks. Section 2 of 2, Class 2 girls 200 meters. The time to beat 26.29 seconds. Price, White,
Set.
Thompson, Smelly, Thompson, and Biggs of Buff Bay send about their business. At the first time of asking, it's Thompson of Titchfield is moving well there in lane 7. On the inside, it's Glengoff, Smelly as well. But St. Mary's College's Tanise on the very inside, that is Shantae Price of St. Mary High. Powering home is a Price of St. Mary High. No stopping her. Glengoff's Smelly is coming home for second. But your winner, 25.12, the flash time for Shantae Price of St. Mary, 24.81. It's rounded down to, so 24.81. And that is your winner for the event, Shantae Price of St. Mary High. Quite an impressive turn running from lane 1. And as we look back at the replay here, Coach Riley.
Yeah, she knew that she was the best off the field, and of course she left. Didn't leave it for late to make that known, and ran a very strong corner, came into the straight, way in the lead, and just continued to power her way straight to the line. A time final, she knew what time she had to beat, And of course, that was from her teammate, well, from Port Antonio High.
Yeah.
And of course, she was making sure that her team grabbed the 9 points, and her, of course, the gold medal in this, the 200 meters, the class 2 girls.
Was impressive in the 100 meters as well. Shante Price of St. Mary High.
And that's not an unusual double, of course. We know the 1-2 is usually what athletes would prefer.
One of the more popular.
The popular ones.
Yeah.
And most meets are set up to allow for that double to be done. Can't say about the other doubles. The 2-4 double, of course, is
Difficult.
it's the killer.
But what about the 800, 1500? What about that?
Yeah,
double?
it's not a lot of persons are doing it.
Yeah.
Rosie?
But of course,
That's how the lineup
it's a worthy double.
Tough. All right, so the class 1 girls 200 meters here now on track. We're seeing 3 athletes in lane 2. That's Dejra Morris of Buff Bay. In 3, Sydney McIntosh of St. Mary High. And out there in lane 8, that's Shanika Brown of Buff Bay. The 3 who will go in the class 1 girls 200 meters.
Set.
Eastern Championships 2021 sent off. St. Mary High's McIntosh is moving the best of the 3s. St. Mary High really representing the defending champions. St. Mary High. Sydney McIntosh comes off the turn looking quite impressive, knees high, and just driving home is Sydney McIntosh of St. Mary High, winning by some 30 meters, 35 meters. Is Sydney McIntosh of St. Mary High. No stopping her. Flash time 26.74. Coming in for second, lane 2. That is Morris of Buff Bay. So Sydney McIntosh of St. Mary High. 26.44 is the official time for her. Winning the class 1 girls 200 meters. We only have one section for this one. That is the class 1 girls 200 meters. As we look back at the replay, Coach Riley, McIntosh there just the burners really scorching off the turn.
Yes, and it's not unusual for us to see low numbers for girls at class 1. Of course, the larger numbers would be at the lower classes, but she was not interested in how many were willing to race her.
Yeah.
She was just racing the clock and helping her team going through their powerful figure, and of course delivered the goods for her team.
Yeah, she did. At the start, she had the likes of Morris for company, but in the end, stood alone. Sydney McIntosh of St. Mary High, 26.44, winning the class 1 girls 200 meters. The class 3 boys will be up next for this half lap event. An event that Jamaica has shone brightly in internationally over the years. Of course, the men's world record held by our very own Usain Bolt for this event, 19.19.
You speak in the past tense.
Yes.
So we're not shining brightly anymore.
Yeah, we continue to shine. I did say that we shone brightly in over the years. So let me be even more pointed with my statement that we continue to shine in. Maybe not as illustrious as we were 10 years ago, especially in the men's side, but athletes to come. And these are the youngsters who will be hoping to choose from in the next 10 years or so. Set position, class 3 boys, 200 meters. Gordon, Thaxter, Francis, Blackett, Daly, Simpson, Burke, and Griffiths. And in stack field for this one. So they come off the turn, and it is from lane 2. That is Thaxter of Titchfield who is leading. Thaxter of Titchfield powering home and looking quite powerful and sharp is Thaxter of Titchfield. No stopping him. Close for second. Between Gordon of Moran Bay and maybe Blackett of Titchfield, but you're looking at Jadine Thaxter of Titchfield, 24.58 the winning time for Thaxter of Titchfield. Winning the event, there's only one section in this one. We had a full field. As we look back at the replay, Coach Riley Thaxter really going about his business off the turn.
Yes, I'm almost sure he won the 100 meters this morning. So clearly it was a case of speed. Of course, Port Antonio, they came from the 400. There was a clash between the 400 and the 200 and the 100. And of course, Thaxter has a lot more speed. And of course, he was the first to the line and given the winning time.
Yep. Quite a stocky looking young sprinter. He's what you call a power sprinter. Right throughout, powered home, and looked impressed by his winning time as well. That is Thaxter of Titchfield. The Class 2 boys will be up next. And yes, they are out there. And let's see if we'll have a full field. Well, we definitely had a full field in the Class 3 boys event. We have 7 going here in the class, or slated to go here in the Class 2 boys section.
I'm not sure if you're aware or you're paying attention to the interesting hairstyles of the males. Normally, they'll be in school face to face,
right?
And they'll have to groom,
right?
Now they're home,
on your marks,
doing online classes, and then they show up at the meets. You wonder.
These are the COVID haircuts. Yeah, these are the COVID haircuts. You know. I'm sure
those school rules apply.
Well, it's the new norm. It's the new norm. Class 2 boys, 200-meter final. 5 in this one. And someone could be in trouble here. Let's see who could be in trouble.
That looks like the 100-meter champion.
We saw a disqualification in the Class 4 girls event. So let's see who the officials will charge. And as we look back, well, yes, it would seem as if it's lane 2. And that is Omari and Dennis of St. Mary High, who was up early.
No, I think
is
that
it?
was
Titchfield, Strawn, rather, I'm sorry. Strawn of Titchfield. And giving a warning. So Strawn lives to fight another race. So give them another life. Dejon Strawn.
I think he's a
must apologize to Dennis of St. Mary High, who stayed in his blocks and was quite steady as they head back inside their blocks. Strawn, Titchfield, Dennis, St. Mary High, Brown, Port Antonio, Grant, St. Mary High, or Titchfield and James of St. Mary's College. Second time of asking, sent off now, and a clean break this time around. Strawn moving well in lane 2. That's Strawn of Titchfield. Survived a false start earlier. Coming off the turn well in front, that's Strawn of Titchfield, and is going away, motoring home, is Dejon Strawn of Titchfield. Winning well ahead of the pack, close for second. I think Port Antonio's Brown might have gotten second. Flash time of 23.13 for Strawn of Titchfield, but he had those burners well turned on. Dejon Strawn, 22.83. Impressive winning time there for Dejon Strawn of Titchfield, running from lane 2. As we look back at the replay, left everyone in his wake coming off the turn, Coach Riley.
Yes, and they were running in a negative wind of minus 1.4 meters per second. That, of course, would have taken off a few hundredths of a second off his time, but 22.83, he'd be satisfied with that. After winning the 100, he comes back to win the 200, defending his title.
Your thoughts on his technique? His
head is back. He needs to get his head forward. That the chin should be down, and of course the elbows aren't coming forward as much as they should. And but he'll be fine.
It's the kind of athlete you'd work with, Coach Riley.
Well,
I'm just saying. I mean, you see a talent when you see talent.
I work with any athlete. I work with a lot of athletes.
Yeah?
Yes.
But is this one you'd work with?
Yes.
Okay.
Technical lab anytime.
All right. So some quick results, class. The discuss here for class 2. We have Carl from Glengoff, 33.10 meters. Brian of Titchfield, 31.16 meters, and Martin also of Titchfield, 39.51 meters.
And so we come to the next event, which is the Class 1 boys.
Yep. 22.83 for Dejon Strawn of Titchfield. Impressive winning time. Really blew away the field and well ahead, head and shoulders above his competitors there in Class 2. Let's see if the Class 1
off
boys.
the record in better times. 21.86. Trevin Morrison, of course, I think he went on to represent Kingston College.
Yes, Trevin Morrison. I remember him competing here at Eastern Champs. Quite dominant. Did well in Class 1 before moving to KC as well. And also, I think he had 1 or 2 years training with MVP. Tried to go pro before leaving the sport. I've heard much of him, but Trevin Morrison, outstanding here at these Eastern Championships. We've had the likes of Kari Russell coming from these championships as well. Hansa Parchment coming from these championships.
On your mark.
And interestingly, a number of these athletes who've done well at these Eastern Championships have gone on to represent corporate area schools.
Remember Nicole Mitchell?
Nicole Mitchell as well. St. Mary High, yes. We're talking about the 90s here. All right, so Class 1 boys on track here now. Tyreek Francis. Najee Mikhail, saw him in the 400 meters. Not here, though. False start there, lane 3. Davon Day of St. Mary's College. It was clear as day, that particular false start from young Davon Day of St. Mary's College. No doubt leaving the blocks early. I'll give it the, as we look back, look at lane 3. Yep, out early.
Well, you can't say it was out early because you didn't hear the gun right that time.
Well, he was the first to leave the blocks. Let me be even more pointed. So he gets the red card. So young Davon Day will have to exit the track, looking quite disappointed. Could well be his only individual event in these championships.
Well, it would appear that the older athletes are getting no breaks with this.
And I understand that too.
Yeah.
Because by the time you get to Class 1, you'll be fully aware of the rule. So, Francis remains. In 4 is Giovanni Smith. Buff Base Gray. And all there in lane 8, Bedford of St. Mary High. So it is St. Mary High's Beckford looking good on the outside. Long strides, comes inside the home stretch. On the inside from Port Antonio, Jamani Smith. So it's Smith and Beckford who are going at it. And it's just having the lead, and only just as they come across the line, is Smith of Port Antonio getting the better of St. Mary High's Dimitri Beckford. So your winner from Port Antonio High, Jamani Smith, who was running from lane 4 there. Left it late, but came on in the end to get the better of Dimitri Beckford of St. Mary High. 22.59 for Jamani Smith of Port Antonio.
You get the sense that he was a bit confident that he would win.
Yeah.
Of course, Smith is the defending champion. Last year he ran 21.9, I think it was, 21.8 over the same distance.
Yeah.
And coming in, defending his title. Here he is coming into the straight. Not really maxed here.
Yeah. Seemed a bit reserved coming off the turn, yes.
Notice the athlete on the outside, and then, of course, he began to move those arms and motor down, just doing enough. Maybe he's aware of his other duties in this one-day meet. He probably has to do the 4x1 and the 4x4. So he's conserving there.
Yeah.
Just to make sure his team gets to 9 points.
Yeah, I think that analysis is quite accurate, as he did look a bit reserved or coming off the turn, and did just enough to ensure he got that victory.
And that automatic qualifying spot to ISA Grace Boys and Girls Champs.
Yeah, so he has booked his ticket.
Yes.
He's booked his ticket to Champs.
Oh, both athletes, actually.
Yep.
The top 2.
Yep.
Would have.
So it's the top 2 from each event.
In the 100, 200, and 400.
Okay, who gain automatic spots from the East, from the regional championships.
Right. And then everybody else, you have to fight for the remaining spots.
By meeting the qualifying times?
No, by your national ranking.
Right, but that will come by way of meeting the qualifying standard.
No, there's no qualifying standard.
There's no qualifying
No,
standard.
it's
just a matter of
top 24.
Okay.
Nationally.
But in the end, though, it's in terms of how they are ranked.
Right, so you have to beat the other people.
Exactly.
Nationally.
Yes.
Which might be a problem.
So this is track and field, and this is Jamaica. Should I say this is Jamaican high school track and field, and it's competitive. And
the
it's what we're
good
used
thing
to.
about track and field is that you can actually determine who's better from the performance.
Yeah.
So it's not like we have to, try and figure out who we should give the spot to.
Right. You earn your spot individually in track and field, and certainly we like that the athletes are heading into champs at least competitive. There are concerns in some quarters that the athletes will not be as sharp as they would be in former years, Coach Riley, and champs is a spectacle that the whole world tunes into, because we know that we have the Jamaican diaspora who may not be able to come home for champs this year. They'll be tuning into TVJ to see what the athletes have to offer and to see what the whole hoopla was about in terms of ensuring that champs was held.
Yeah, I think the athletes are going to be sharp. I think we're going to see some spectacular performances at champs. Because the athletes have been able, the best athletes have been able to continue training.
Right.
And that's a good thing. I think most of the teams made provisions for their best. You may not have the large team as you would normally have, but I think the coaches were committed to their best athletes.
Yeah.
And they made arrangements for their best athletes to remain in training. So you find some schools with 5 athletes going to champs, but it would be their 5 best athletes.
Right.
Under normal circumstances, they probably have some developmental type athletes, but the elites within the various training programs, for the most part, would have been taken care of during the pandemic. And of course, we will see a display of the elites. It's an elitist system, if you think of it that way.
And when you speak of these elite athletes, does it, or would it include those who are looking to leave high school as well? In particular, we're talking about class 1 and even some class 2.
You realize that we have to also select a national team for the under 14 for the CAC age group championships.
Right.
So you have elites at 14 as well.
Right.
So the elites will be your best.
Right.
So you still have to make sure that you can field national teams at the various levels, the under 14, the under 20. Well, we don't have the under 18 anymore.
Right.
Carifta still is on under 18 and under 20.
Set for Bermuda.
Right.
And we'll know, I think, by about May 7th if they'll be having it this year after having to push it back twice already this year. The World Under 20 Championships come up in Kenya as well in June, July.
Yeah, you actually don't even hear the Kenyans in the news any at all in terms of what's going on in Kenya.
Yeah, but I'm sure they'll be competitive once, and in particular competing on home soil. Yeah, no doubt.
Well, they were at the World Youth. And of course, South Africa did exceptionally well at those World Youth Championships. I think they won all the sprints.
All right, we're going to take a quick trek over to the high jump final attempt, class 2, 1.85 and clearing quite nicely is Jaden Parks of Titchfield, making it look easy. Jaden Parks of Titchfield, and 1.85 meters. And looking on his way to victory, celebrating with his teammate there is Jaden Parks of Titchfield, clearing at 1.85 meters and well on his way to grabbing that gold medal for Titchfield High. On screen, looking quite happy. It's mission accomplished for Jaden Parks. And at 1.85 meters now will look to have his eyes on competing at champs in just about 2 weeks' time.
What do you think about these regional qualifiers and making it to champs. What do you think? You like the idea?
Yes, I do. I do. And I think what has happened this year, we've seen even more so the relevance of these regional championships. You know, over the years, of course, you know, we've had them in place and we've had athletes qualifying, but athletes have also been able to qualify from other development meets and not just from the regional championships. But with the limited meets this year, the regional championships have come to the fore even more in terms of their relevancy. As you look at Parks here, once again, and he's about to attempt 1.90 meters. Javon Parks of Titchfield. Confidence will be high, Coach Riley, as he has the gold medal in his pocket. And in just a short while, we'll be taking you over to the 800 meters for Class 3 girls. Here's Parks at 1.90. He, well, was all over the shop as he took off and clearly maybe even rushed into the jump.
Yes, he wasn't as confident. So of course, he changed his approach. And that's a temptation many times, and the mistake that a lot of athletes make. You don't have to actually change anything as the bar raise. You just need to make sure you execute the same way.
All right, so the Class 3 girls 800 meters final here. And Rihanna Lawrence of Port Antonio, Tanaya Williams of St. Mary High, Celia Mirage of Titchfield, Ashanique Marsh of St. Mary High, Jakelia Thomas of Titchfield, and Brittany Terrell of Oberlin are the athletes listed here. The Class 1 boys high jump, by the way, was won by Ovane. Just an update on the Class 1 boys high jump. Ovane Williams was leading with one of St. Mary High with 1.75 meters, same as Antoine Salmon of Titchfield. And in fact, these might be the completed results. Jamar Scott of Buff Bay, 1.70 meters. So the top three there in the Class 1 boys high jump. As we head back to the track where the Class 3 girls 800 meters is on the way. And that is the athlete from Jakelia Thomas of Titchfield who is leading. And behind her from Port Antonio, the young Rihanna Lawrence. And the rest a bit back. And moving up as well is Mirage of Titchfield. But up top, it is Thomas of Titchfield. And leading by some 10 to 15 meters is Jakelia Thomas of Titchfield. Conditions quite good at this point of the day for the 800 meters. And once again, the athletes trying to get the qualifying times in and trying to make it into the boys and girls championships. This is Jakelia Thomas of Titchfield High, who has pretty much led from start to finish and determined, and just increasing that lead is Jakelia Thomas, well ahead of the athlete from Port Antonio, Lawrence. This is Jakelia Thomas on her way to victory in the Class 3 girls 800 meters. And just about 50 meters to go, and she continues to press, Coach Riley. A determined run from Jakelia Thomas, dominant as well as she comes across the line now. Flash time, 2 minutes at 33.47 for Jakelia Thomas of Titchfield, looking a spent force, but certainly dominated that event. And the athlete from Port Antonio, Lawrence, trying to hold on there for second place.
Yes, and of course, a grueling event for these athletes, and especially if you haven't been able to do a lot of training. But these events, the aerobic events, are possible during this time. I mean, athletes can train on their own. They can do their long runs. They can do their hill runs, and still maintain the fitness needed to do exceptionally well. So we would expect that these events would be special at Boys and Girls Champs. And we've seen, especially on the boys' side, quite a few athletes already gone sub 151 going into championships. So at class 1. So it should be special, we believe.
Yes. And it's interesting you point that out, Coach Riley, as you look back at the replay of Thomas winning, Jakelia Thomas winning the Class 3 girls 800 meters. Of course, Thomas from Titchfield. It's interesting, Coach Riley, that where you point out how some athletes have been able to keep fit, have been able to even improve.
Prosper.
And prosper based on the particular event they do.
Right. And that's the beauty about track and field. And that's one of the reasons why it was so important to treat the sport in a unique way, because there are so many variations within the sport. There are lots of activities that are very safe to do. People are jogging every day on the street to keep fit. We talk about Jamaica moves. So it's very interesting. The 800, the middle and long distance events could do very well in these times.
Yeah. Track and field, of course, one of the few non-contact sport to have resumed here in Jamaica. Was put on pause last month as they had a surge in COVID-19 cases. But it's good to see that the sport has once again resumed, and the youngsters are able to take up their lanes here at the Eastern Athletics Championships. Just 1 day for the Eastern Champs this year. Typically contested over 2 days, but this year with the COVID-19 restrictions and the challenges only being held on 1 day. The Western
I'm almost sure 2019 was one day. Even 19 or 20 was 1 day. It may have been 20.
Because yes, it was because of funding. Right. That was the issue then. Yes, it was. In fact, yes, it was. In fact, and funding was a major problem for Eastern Champs in 2019 and also 2020. So you're on the money there, Coach Riley. Funding was an issue for Eastern Champs. So the Class 2 girls 800-meter final on the way now. Ward of Titchfield, Giddings Clark of Port Antonio. I saw her in the 400 meters earlier. Denisha Paulwell of Buff Bay. Sean Walters of St. Mary High. Look out for her. And Shanti McCourt of Glengoff. So Sean Walters did well at Champs a few years ago too in Class 3. Sean Walters, and already she has taken up the lead, and she's the one to beat here. Walters of St. Mary High, and has taken charge early. Sean Walters of St. Mary High. There she is on screen, and this is the opening lap for the Class 2 girls 800 meters, and traveling nicely with her as well. That's Giddings Clark of Port Antonio, and the rest of the field just about coming up now as they heading to the bell lap for the Class 2 girls 800 meters. So Walters, the pack has closed that early gap, that early lead that she had, and bringing up the rear, that's Denisha Paulwell of Buff Bay. But it's Sean Walters who continues to lead up front. Did very well at Class 3. Walters, dominant here at Eastern Champs a few years ago in Class 3. And has moved up.
She's a record holder in Class 3.
Yes, she is. And went on to do well at Champs as well, making the final. Sean Walters of St. Mary High. So here she is, looking to strike gold in Class 2, just as she did in Class 3. I told you to look out for her. Very confident run here from Sean Walters. Led from start to finish. Didn't wait on anyone. And she's just opening up that lead. Sprinting home to victory is Sean Walters of St. Mary High, leading by some 10 to 15 meters. Sean Walters of St. Mary High. And no stopping her. Sean Walters of St. Mary High. Flash time of 2 minutes 20.79. Port Antonio's Giddings Clark, or rather, Ward rather, of Titchfield. No, it is Giddings Clark of Port Antonio, and Titchfield's Ward will take third, but it's Sean Walters there who is the winner. So 2 minutes 20.55 for your winner in Sean Walters, coach.
Yes, and that actually was a merge with Class 1 and Class 2. Hall of St. Mary's.
Yeah, from
St.
Class
Mary's
1 was
in
also
that race.
included. So we had one Class 1 athlete in Natasha Hall of St. Mary High. That is Sean Walters' teammate. As we look back at her at the closing moments here in the Class 2 girls 800 meter straight final.
This is the first time you could come across the line fourth and still win.
Yes.
Hall was fourth in that race.
But winning Class 1
winning Class 1 at 2 minutes 44.09 seconds her time. And giving her team those valuable 9 points as they chase the championships.
I'm sure Coach Dwayne Williams of St. Mary High would have pointed out to these youngsters how important it is to ensure that they continue to accumulate the points as they look to defend their title. I remember speaking with Coach Williams when on the day that Eastern Champs was postponed, and he related to me that the night before at about 9 o'clock they were in a team meeting, and he was giving them their final instructions and going over the COVID-19 protocols, etc. when he got the call in that meeting at 9:30 that the meet had not been approved.
I would have waited till the next morning to tell them.
He said the youngsters were devastated because mentally they were ready to go, and he said he actually came out of the meeting and went for a walk, and then came back and told them that the meet was off, and they were all assembled at the school that is at St. Mary High and looking to come into Kingston the following morning. So just to show you once again just how much these youngsters have had to endure throughout this uncertain season.
Yeah, and you have to appreciate the mental challenge and the damage that is done to the athletes and the coaches with these things. And when you hear those stories, don't dismiss them, because they're real people with real reactions and real concerns. And it's either you care for people or you don't. And I think those things should be filtered in the decision of how you go about sharing that information, the impact of the decisions that you make.
Yeah, and then, just to follow up on that point, Coach Riley, we've seen many international movements when persons are undertaking, whether they're protesting, whether they're trying to have their voices heard. And if there was to be such here in Jamaica, it would be that sports matters, you see, and that it shouldn't be just put on the back burner and be treated as something just recreational, and only if money is involved then it becomes important. When it comes down to high school track and field, the future of these athletes are dependent for quite a number of them on competing and being able to have those results to show to those who might be looking to recruit them. And
especially in a context where there are no alternatives or substitutes, right? So if you remove this, what is your strategy for replacing it? Because you're going to have a fallout, and how are you going to manage that? What steps are you going to take? And as a country, we really can't afford to fund these scholarships. I mean, tertiary education is the most expensive form of education anywhere in the world.
It is.
And people still can't recover from the student loans that they have to take out just for that purpose. So it is expensive. So if you can invest $2 million in a track and field program that leads to an athlete getting a scholarships that value $40,000 US, it's a worthy investment.
All right, so it's the Class 3 boys who are next on track for their final. I'm sure their coaches and their school has invested in them. as they've sent them here to the Eastern Championships. Kevon Kamak of Glengoff, Tyler Lindsay of St. Mary High, Rashid Grant of St. Mary High, Joshua Lawrence of St. Mary's College, Ricardo Carr of Moran Bay, and Kenya Hayden of Port Antonio. And Lawrence of St. Mary's College has decided to take it out hard and to take the early lead. That is Joshua Lawrence of St. Mary's College. And behind him from Moran Bay, maybe Carr. So Lawrence of St. Mary's College has taken up the early lead. Kamak there of Glengoff brings up the rear. But up top, it is Lawrence of St. Mary's College, who's looking quite easy, ahead of Carr of Moran Bay.
Yes, and Lawrence, of course, won the 1,500 meters early this morning, so he's coming with a lot of endurance, and certainly he's going to be using that to his advantage to secure a victory here in the shorter distance, the 800 meters.
Well, as they approach the bell lap here in the Class 3 boys 800-meter final, Lawrence looking to do the double, the 800, 1,500 meter double. And that's at the back is Kamak of Glengoff. But way up top, that's Lawrence of St. Mary's College, looking to get his second gold medal for the day here at the Eastern Championships. And trying to go with him is Ricardo Carr of Moran Bay. But does Carr have enough to overtake Lawrence of St. Mary's College? So looking easy all the way, just about 200 meters to go here in the Class 3 boys 800 meters. Ricardo Carr is staying right there with Lawrence of St. Mary's College. Lawrence looking to open up, but Carr is staying with him. So can Carr turn on the burners? And he's trying to do so. Lawrence is also fighting back. So it's Lawrence from Carr. It will be a massive sprint to the line. 50 meters to go. Carr just nudges ahead. Carr nudges ahead of Moran Bay. And he's done well. Tracked Lawrence all the way. And he'll win the Class 3 boys 800 meters ahead of Joshua Lawrence of St. Mary's College. Flash time, 2 minutes, 14.41 seconds for Ricardo Carr of Moran Bay.
Yes, and Carr actually was in the 1,500 meters this morning as well. But the tables have been turned. He really came back for revenge, I would say, and definitely put it out there, tracked him nicely, and delivered the final blow in that final stretch coming home for 100 meters.
Indeed he did. As the other competitors are finishing up, that is young Kamak of Glengoff, the smallest competitor in the field. Brave run from him, young Kamak of Glengoff, but no doubting the winner, Ricardo Carr of Moran Bay, tracked Lawrence all the way. And Carr, well, you could say he had the wheels there, Coach Riley. As we look back, just about 100 meters to go. It was a ding-dong battle.
Yes, and they ran the 1,500 meters 3.5 hours ago, so they've come back. Of course, he had to meditate on that. And with great determination and purpose, he was interested in just making that different result here in the 800 meters.
Yeah, in the end, had the measure of Lawrence, as Lawrence really didn't get away from him at any point. So your winner there for the Class 3 boys 800 meters, Ricardo Carr. Looking at the closing stages of the event, and Ricardo Carr victorious. 2 minutes 14.11 for Ricardo Carr of Moran Bay High.
And of course, the 800 lends itself to a lot of strategy, and that, of course, would have resulted in would have reflected a winning strategy there by Lawrence and his coach.
And quite a few of these athletes will be doing that 800, 1,500 meter double, Coach Riley, and it speaks once again to what you pointed out regarding the fitness of these middle distance runners who would have been able to, would have had a bit more option in terms of preparing throughout the season despite the COVID restrictions. You know what? You're the coach. So less excuse or excuses not to train and not to be fit.
Right.
Right?
I'm not taking it.
Yes. You know, and that's, look here, that's the hallmark of a good coach. We're making no excuses.
No.
We're finding ways to get the job done.
It might be an explanation.
Right, but not an excuse.
I might find it to be an excuse.
All right, so here are the athletes here now in the class 2 boys 800 meters. Full field here. Devonnie Williams of St. Mary High as they are sent to their blocks. So off and away they go for the class 2 boys 800 meter final, straight final. Devonnie Williams of St. Mary High, Dominic Drisdale of Moran Bay, Tyrone Dillon of Glengoff, Andre Nemard of Port Antonio, Terence Hansel of Oberlin, Ainsley Brown of Port Antonio, Jeremiah Hines of Glengoff, and Tishfield's Javon Jarrett. So up top, it's Port Antonio's Andre Nemard, who has decided to take the early lead as the others jostle behind him for those spots and to stay with him as they're on this opening lap of 2 in the Class 2 boys 800 meters. So it's Port Antonio's Andre Nemard. Those colors, colors that Coach Riley was once familiar with, the maroon and gold.
That was
The bell lap. Port Antonio's Andre Nemard. Coach Riley could tell us a bit about 2010. That's how long ago. So it's Nemard of Port Antonio. Of course, Coach Riley now more synonymous with the colors of the Excelsior Eagles. So Port Antonio's Nemard has led from start to finish. And with him is Javon Jarrett of Titchfield. So it's Nemard of Port Antonio from Jarrett of Titchfield, as the battle is on for the minor spots. But up front, the top 3, it's Nemard of Port Antonio from Jarrett of Titchfield. So the fight is on. Some 80 meters to go, and the Nemard from Port Antonio still leads. Is St. Mary High's Williams challenges Nemard, and to the line they go. A ding-dong battle. Port Antonio's Nemard might have just held on. Flash time of 2 minutes 03.60. So it was quite a fight to the line, and Port Antonio's Andre Nemard might just have held on for the victory there.
Yes, and a very brave run there. Of course, we talked about strategy earlier, and we saw that evident in this particular race. 0261 there coming through to take it. But of course, it wasn't until the last few meters that was confirmed, because of course St. Mary High was not going to let it settle so easily, and he came pouring down the stretch. Everyone is sprinting. It's a matter of who has more speed in those tired legs, and coming through there, powering through the line. But of course, dipping at the wrong time. Did he?
Well,
torso.
Let's see. It will be close. It will be close, because Nemard, he didn't dip or brace to the line. So let's see if Williams.
So it's been given to Brown. 203.35.
So Ainsley Brown of Port Antonio. Well, it was Brown of Port Antonio, not Nemard. So Brown of Port Antonio, who held on for the win. That's 261. So that's Ainsley Brown. 2 minutes 03.35 seconds for Ainsley Brown of Port Antonio. Led from start to finish and held off the fast finishing Devonnie Williams of St. Mary High. The Class 1 boys are out there now. I'm seeing 4 of them. We have 5 listed, but 4 showing up for the event. And in 3, Audley Thompson of Port Antonio. Buff Bay's, Kiman Campbell of Buff Bay in 3. Audley Thompson of Port Antonio is there as well. And Cleveland Ming, of Port Antonio on the outside, and Francisco Brown.
Well, Ming hasn't reported.
So 246, that's Antoine Williams of Oberlin. And we have Kiman Campbell of Buff Bay, who has taken the early lead. And Francisco Brown of Buff Bay is back. So these are the athletes who have reported for the Class 1 boys 800 meters. So they've separated themselves quite early. And the athlete from Buff Bay, Kiman Campbell, has that early lead. And right behind him is Audley Thompson of Port Antonio. So at the bell lap now, and right at the back there is Brown. But up top, Kiman Campbell of Buff Bay. He's been challenged by Audley Thompson of Port Antonio. Thompson has taken over the lead now and looking quite easy. Let's see if Campbell has enough in those legs to once again, well, to challenge Brown towards the end. That is Thompson rather of Port Antonio towards the end. But the stockily built Audley Thompson of Port Antonio, just about 150 meters to go, and it looks as if Audley Thompson might well run away with this one, as Campbell in second is struggling. So it is Audley Thompson of Port Antonio who comes inside the home stretch and is well on his way to victory. No stopping him as he presses. That is Audley Thompson of Port Antonio. An impressive run here from Audley Thompson of Port Antonio, who will win ahead of Kiman Campbell of Buff Bay, and Oberlin's Antoine Williams will come home for third. So Thompson, flash time of 2 minutes 08.98, winning ahead of Campbell, 2 minutes 13.70, and Williams comes through for third, 2 minutes 16.16. The other Buff Bay athlete, Francisco Brown, came across the line just now, but Port Antonio's Audley Thompson there on screen timed his race quite well, Coach Riley, and came through with an impressive victory, 2 minutes 08.98. And he'll be pleased with that run.
Yes, and here he is coming into the straight all alone, unlike the race we saw before. And here it is, he's just looking to the finish line, breathing, swinging, and just hoping that the line will come sooner than later. That line came, of course, 2 minutes 08 seconds,
yeah,
the entire run.
Had the full measure of the field, did Audley Thompson. Just bided his time right there on the shoulders of Kiman Campbell. And those two taking the top two spots in the Class 1 boys 800 meters as they try to join the national qualifiers for the 800 meters for the boys and girls championships. Audley Thompson, 2 minutes 08.08. How many, Coach Riley, would qualify automatically for like the 800 meters, the middle distance events?
The 800 meters is 24, I think. But of course it's 16, it's 15 for the other events.
Yeah. So we're seeing the ISA.
I think it's 15 for the 815 5,000, I think.
There on screen, the ISA president, Keith Wellington, and his members of his executive observing proceedings here at the Eastern Athletics Championships. Would have had quite a lot to do. Keith Wellington, of course, principal of STETS as well, and he's one of those who would have had headaches right throughout the season, Coach Riley, getting calls from everyone, government officials, from the coaches, from the fellow principals, and certainly from the media as to what's happening for champs.
Right, and I think if you were keeping scorecard for how many times he dodged you, it probably wouldn't be high.
Well, or if you want to call that a race, he would have won. he definitely did. But came through
Yes.
at clutch moments for us here in the media too, because we clearly had to tell the public, had to find a way of finding out what was happening for champs, because everyone was concerned.
Right. I didn't want to make up your own stories.
No, definitely not, because if we do that, then we're totally out of the race in terms of that race for credibility, and we don't want to be a part of that race.
Yes.
So certainly Keith Wellington, president of ISA, having his work cut out for him for this season for sure. Only into his second year as president of ISA. So what a time to be president of ISA.
Yes, and of course the support and cast includes President Garth Gale of the J3A, who is in his first, well, not even a complete year yet as president, and have to preside over the track and field, the governing body at this very critical time in the middle of a pandemic. There's no experience, no prior model that one can use, because
no
all
template
this is new.
to follow.
No template.
You know, and coach, this is also the first time I've seen the J3s having to be so involved in high school sports, almost calling the shots, because ISA, the Intersecondary Schools Sports Association, which is responsible for high school sports here in Jamaica, they've had to wait on the national governing body for track and field, the J3s, to make certain in terms of getting that final permission, because there was a rank to it, because ISA couldn't just go beyond the J3s to get approval from the government based on what was outlined. They had to go through their own respective governing bodies to get permission. So I've never seen the J3s this involved in high school sports.
Right, and spent a lot of money. I mean,
from an administrative
the bill has
level.
gone, I think, maybe about $60 million so far.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been huge.
Wow. And it goes to show the continued investment in track and field, Jamaican track and field, and just why this particular sport continues to be our most celebrated sport internationally, along with netball in terms of sporting disciplines that we rank highly in internationally. Track and field were right there, the Olympics and the World Championships, talking about second, third. In netball, we were rated number 2 a few years ago. We're looking at the Class 2 long jump for girls. That's the athlete from St. Mary High, and that was the final attempt for her. That might well have been Alexia Walker of St. Mary High. So the Class 2 girls long jump is also on the way. Some quick results. The final results from the Class 2 boys high jump. Jaden Parks of Titchfield, 1.85 meters, winning from Ricardo Williams of Buff Bay, who was second, clearing 1.65 meters. And Tony's King of Buff Bay, 1.60 meters. On the runway, Ricalia Williams of Buff Bay. Saw her in the sprints earlier as well. Williams of Buff Bay, as she heads down that runway now, stutters to the board and gets the red, so that's a foul. Jump for Ricalia Williams of Buff Bay, and that one will not count. Some more results. Discus Class 1 boys, won by Janoy Mattox of Oberlin, 36.81 meters. Second, Antini Edwards of St. Mary High, 36.78 meters. I'm sure Edwards got his first name from the famous cricketer from South Africa, Makaya Antini. Yeah, so history to his name. Leonard Lee of Buff Bay, 34.34 meters, taking third. Class 1 boys long jump. Back to the runway for the Class 2 girls long jump. Athlete from Port Antonio, Kenisa Edwards, doing her attempt there and getting the white flag, so a legal one. And leading the Class 1 long jump at the time would have been Jamara Scott. So Class 1 and 2 being done consecutively, being merged. So it's Jamara Scott who leads the Class 1 section, having leapt 4.27 meters, 4.34 meters there for Edwards of Port Antonio a short while ago.
And this is the final round of the long jump. Of course, the athletes would have been given 3 jumps. I think they're given 4 in these competitions.
And that is from the usual 6.
Right, so you're given 3, and then they do a ranking after the 3rd jump, and then of course the top 8 athletes are given an additional 3 jumps.
And that's traditionally.
Yes.
What you're saying, because of the changes made due to COVID and the restrictions, you're only given 1 attempt after the first 3?
I think they are giving all athletes 4 jumps.
Okay. All right, so Octavia Shota of Buff Bay on that attempt, and she gets the white flag. So that jump was clean and really got a bit of height off that board. Did Octavia Shota of Buff Bay.
It's also important to note that there are variations that are allowed, and those would have been called competition rules that are different from the IAF rules, which must obtain at the grade 1, level 1 competitions, IAF competitions. So, well, I should say IAF, it's World Athletics. So, you know, Olympics, World Championships, and so on would have to follow that rule book to the T. But of course, you, an organizer of a track and field competition, may set whatever rules that you desire without giving the athletes any greater benefit.
All right, so Shanika Thomas of Glengoff just making the pit there, and she is the Class 1 athlete. Remember now, Class 1 and Class 2 athletes jumping together, and low off the board, not much speed, and the result of that was just barely making the pit. You'd think it was the triple jump, but nope. It's the long jump here. Shanika Thomas of Glengoff. And in fact, the jump is not being measured. So it was also...
It is measured.
Was
They're
it?
using the scientific measuring equipment, so he put the stylus
just
in
making
the
sure.
pit.
Because I'm seeing she's just awaiting the next competitor. So, yes, I think she should have kept that white flag up just a little bit longer. So, Jamara Scott, who leads the Class 1 section. So... yes, Jamara Scott of Buff Bay. She leads the Class 1 section. Stutters to the board, but I think that's a legal jump as well. Let's see what flag she'll give. Yes, there we go. The white flag goes up. And Scott looked good there as well. Clean off the board. Maybe not enough speed to the board, but certainly had enough height. And maybe...
4.29
yes, so
meters.
4.29 meters for Jamara Scott of Buff Bay, the leader of the Class 1 girls section of the long jump. Just to remind you once again that the Class 1 and 2 athletes are competing together here in the long jump for girls. We saw the likes of Kanisa Edwards of Port Antonio in Class 2 and Ravel Gushin of Port Antonio as well. Alexia Walker, or rather Raquel Williams of Buff Bay. Coach, we saw a few of these athletes in the sprints as well. So that double also, where the 100 long jump double, the 100, 200, along with the long jump. We've seen that continue here as well.
Yes, those events are complementary. The most important factor in the long jump is speed.
Yes.
And so you want to bring that speed, and you want not just max speed, but you want maximum controllable speed at the board, so that you can launch yourself in the air, and then as a result you land in the pit. So a lot of athletes try to jump in the pit, but you're not jumping in the pit.
Right.
You sprint down the runway, you jump in the air, and then by physics you land in the pit.
Right. and you try to, based on the technique. Well, you have particular techniques. You have the
For the
hitch kick.
flight,
Yeah.
the variations are with the flight technique. So you can either hang, sail, or hitch kick.
Right.
And of course, you need to be jumping far to hitch kick.
Right. But I like that technique. But
Looks cool, but a lot of athletes should be doing it.
It does.
Because it's only making them jump shorter than it is longer.
Yeah. That's more about style, right?
Yeah.
Pretty, right?
You want to look good on TV.
Right.
So you hitch kick.
Right.
You'd jump further if you didn't.
Right. It's almost like that sprinter who, he or she's more focused on form than actually planting their feet and running.
That wasn't
well,
you.
You know, I must admit, it was about looking pretty out there too. You wanted to look good doing it, you know. So I did pay attention a bit to form too. It was called formula at one point.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm serious. I wanted that Maurice Green kind of form.
Can we pull up that last race? Halftime show.
Yeah, but sometimes the athletes, they do get carried away with form.
Get focused. That's what they focused on it.
Yeah, too much about form than actually getting the job done.
Yes.
So.
And sometimes it's a misunderstanding of what is required, and in their heads what is important. But of course, you need to recalibrate that and know that you need results. I mean, remember Donald Thomas won the high jump at the World Championships without even looking like a high jumper.
Yep. I saw a feature on him just 2 weeks ago where he was going back to 2007 on a basketball scholarship and just being a bet amongst his dorm mates, decided just to go down to the track and do the high jump with his mates who are actually real high jumpers. And from then he got that break, and has been soaring to great heights for the Bahamas. That is Donald Thomas. All right, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have lots more for you and also a change in the commentary booth.
Hi there, I'm Simon Preston from TVJ. Thank you very much for watching our YouTube channel. To see our latest videos and also to see live events, click here. To see our full videos on onespotmedia.com, click here. Thank you very much.
Reduce your risk of viral illnesses like the flu and coronavirus. Wash your hands frequently with soap and water. Cover your nose and mouth when coughing with a tissue and dispose of it. Avoid close contact with anyone with a cold or flu-like symptoms. If you become ill, please visit your doctor or the nearest health center and share your travel history. The flu and coronavirus can kill. Let's protect each other. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
COVID-19 tip. Protect yourself and others from getting sick by washing your hands after coughing or sneezing, when caring for the sick, before, during, and after you prepare food, before eating, after toilet use, when hands are visibly dirty, and after handling animals or animal waste.
Hi there, I'm Simon Preston from TVJ. Thank you very much for watching our YouTube channel. To see our latest videos and also to see live events, click here. To see our full videos on onespotmedia.com, click here. Thank you very much. Hi there, I'm Simon Preston from TVJ. Thank you very much for watching our YouTube channel. To see our latest videos and also to see live events, click here. To see our full videos on onespotmedia.com, click here. Thank you very much.
For this, the Eastern Athletics Championships is a one-day event this year, and we're into session number 2. You heard earlier from Jermaine Brown and Coach David Riley. And we're back here with Dwayne Exdall, and we have a number of relays for you. The 1600-meter medley that is set to come, the next event on track for the girls and also the boys. We have 2 institutions for the girls, Port Antonio and St. Mary High, and you get the feeling that St. Mary High, looking to defend their girls title, will take this one very seriously. On the boys side, Glengough, St. Mary High and Port Antonio will contest the 1600-meter sprint medley. We do have the long jump event. As you can see there, there's nothing on track just now. We also have the 4x100-meter relay for the various classes. We start with the class 4 girls, then class 3, 2, 1, and then we have the class 2 boys 4x100-meter relay, and then to the class 1 we also have the girls shot put for classes 1 and 2. The triple jump, one competitor there, Jamara Scott from Buff Bay. The 3,000-meter open for girls, Dwayne Exdall and Ashante McCourtney there. Should have turned up for the 1,500 meters early in the day. So we'll wait to see if she will turn up for the 3,000 meter. We also have the 5,000 meter for boys. And then the 4x400 meter relay will close out the day. You're looking there at the officials at the javelin throw area. And Dwayne Exdall, bright sunshine from this morning until now. We had some sprinkling of showers at the Central Championships. No such luck.
Well, no such luck, Renardo, and it's been good conditions all day, which we are very thankful for. And earlier you mentioned Jamara Scott in the triple jump. She, the long jump champion, 4:29, beating Shanika Thomas of Glengough, 3.75 meters. More long jump results. The class 2 girls, Octavia Shouter of Buff Bay, 5.13. Alexia Walker of St. Mary High, 4.78. And Cordelia Williams, also of St. Mary High, 4.76. So St. Mary High School looking to defend their title on the girls' side. Buff Bay on the boys, not so lucky. Up until the latest point standing, they were sitting in 3rd behind the leaders, Port Antonio. So, as you mentioned, good conditions here at the National Stadium here in Kingston, Jamaica. The Eastern Championship has been smooth so far. No hitches, no hiccups, no hassle. And though the performances haven't been stellar, we've not seen many athletes get injured in the process. So that is a positive sign here at the National Stadium. And we're hoping to get all the other events underway and out smoothly at the end of these championships.
Yeah, and that's always a good sign when it is that you have a championship and you have no real injuries. Saw a couple of athletes going off the track at the Central Championships. I can only remember one athlete, I think in the 400 meters or the 800 meters, who went off track here today. So that's good, and hopefully continues throughout the rest of today. You saw a shot of the javelin area. I have the javelin throw for girls, which is happening. And there's also the javelin throw for boys. And Rochelle Deere from Glengough. You just saw her, just had her first attempt, and this is the javelin for boys. Looking there at the athlete from Port Antonio, like to be Tier Harris from Port Antonio. Competitor 266. And looking, looks to be that both are happening at the same time. The javelin throw for boys open and the javelin throw for girls open as well. Have you ever done the javelin, Dwayne?
That's sports day. I think that's the first and the last time. I think I had one throw, one sports day, and coaches saw us and told us to cease and desist because we were just having a little fun. Sports day is all about having a good time with your peers and your classmates. But these athletes are, as much as they want to have fun, they know that points are at stake in this competition.
Never attempted it. Played cricket alongside a very good friend, Moses Edmondson, who could throw the cricket ball from one end of a football field. As we're looking here at the athlete from Port Antonio, maybe just warming up, as the girls section is yet to be completed or just concluded. Moses Edmondson could throw the cricket ball from one end of a football field to the other easily. I was at Bridgeport High School, then went on to do the javelin throw at Bridgeport High School 1 year, went to the ISA Boys and Girls Athletics Championships, and then ended up at Kingston College.
Interesting. And you know, I've had that discussion with different people in different sporting arenas. We have athletes, and when I say athletes, I don't mean just track. We have athletes in different sports who can compete in other events or can compete in track and field related events. I think about the likes of the basketball players that we'd have had over the years, would have made good high jumpers. We've seen a high jumper go on to win world championship title in the form of Donald Thomas for Bahamas 1 year. So we have athletes across different sports who are able to compete in track and field, but the rigors and the demands of preparing for track and field events is a little tougher than other sports.
Tell you someone who you might not have known as the athletes for the boys javelin throw are just warming up. Chauvin Sean Paul, the goalkeeper for Portmore United, and he would have been called into the Reggae Boy squad a couple of times, went to the University of Technology, College of Sports and Science, the School of Sports and Science, and was approached by Paul Francis at the time to throw the javelin, because Chauvin Sean Paul could throw the football from his goal to the next goal. And he was invited. I think he did it for a couple of times and decided that he doesn't want to take it on.
Yeah, and that's what I was referring to earlier when I spoke about athletes not wanting to commit to the rigors of preparing for the track and field events, because it is tough. It is tough, and sometimes it feels unrewarding as well. So it's something that a lot of the athletes aren't readily open to trying, but we've seen in the past where a lot of good dual sport athletes have existed in this country. I think about Jahil Hyde, a fine footballer, also even better hurdler in his junior days, and has continued to do well at the senior level. But a lot of dual talents that are able to spread their talents across sports.
And tell you what, there's someone who I know has a whole lot of talent, and fortunately we were able to see talent firsthand, not just the ISA Boys and Girls Athletics Championships, but in other areas. I speak of none other than Dwayne Extell. I know Dwayne Extell, we caught up with him, my very good friend, who spoke about his champs moments.
My favorite champs moment of all time, it's a lot to pick from, but I would say that same 2010 year, the boys medley relay. We didn't win that race, we finished third, but it was the personnel on that team, knowing their story going back from the start of the season when they started training, how they came together. They got bronze, but how they came together on that day, because we weren't predicted to get to the final. They got to the final and they put together a performance that was so inspiring that it was in the mid-afternoon at championship and the sun was down. That was the only relay we had until we got into the other sprint relays. And watching them compete, the belief that they had, I think Oren Mailer was our anchor that year, and the belief that that team showed to get a medal despite all the odds, I think that's my favorite champs moment. I have plenty, but I think for me that one stands out the most.
So, a relay that you were in, but you never won. Dwayne Extell.
Bernard, I'm looking at that shirt. I think I have the same shirt on.
You actually do have the same shirt on, but it fits differently.
It fits a lot differently, no. Yeah, but it would have been one of those races that, you would want to win, but didn't win, and then you look back at moments like that, and you still cherish them, because for us, well, for myself and my teammates, it wasn't all about winning. It was more about just being together as a unit and being able to compete and just have fun. Sports was fun for us back then.
What's your favorite champs moment, by the way?
My favorite moment of champs, 2010, the sprint medley relay. Boys, I think that was, and it still remains my favorite moment of champs. People speak about all the events that I competed in, but I didn't get a chance to watch those events because I was running. I got a chance to watch the sprint medley relay because we had a team that they weren't the best of athletes, but they understood the assignment that we had to do, and they went out and got third. You know, against all odds, I think even in that moment, it was an inspiration for all of us watching them compete. You know, so watching them compete and finish third, I think it gave us all inspiration, and it lit a fire under us on that Saturday as we went on to win the Multi Magadis trophy.
Have you had a chance to look back? And I know that you're still young, but have you had a chance to look back on your track and field career, to watch races that you would have been involved in, to watch championships that you would have been involved in, and to take it all in?
You know, unless someone brings it up, I don't really find myself watching the races. I remember after Champs 2010, I probably watched the entire event twice. But since then, I don't really find the need to go back and watch the events because, you know, I know the end results. What I do is I go back and I search for old results when I was in class 3 and class 2, and I look at the times I used to run, I look at where it's to finish, I look at all the names that were competing against back then, and it's fun to see. It's fun to see where those people are now, and some of them I'm still in touch with, especially from my class 3 days. You know, Rolando Birch and all those guys, Ramon McKenzie, those who I'd compete against, still talk to them from time to time, and we catch up over, you know, those old moments, those old memories, and it's really encouraging to see that we've come from so far, and sports has been a big, well, track and field for me has been a massive influence in my life.
And you're looking at the lineup here for the boys javelin throw open. T.R. Harris there from Port Antonio completing the lineup there. So they will go. The record there, 52.33 meters. That was set just last year on February 25th by Raymond Richards. So it will be interesting to see if some of these guys can get up close to that record of 52.33 meters. We spoke about the events on track and the Sprint Medley Open with two institutions, Port Antonio and St. Mary High, as we look at what will be the first attempt for Javine Edwards of Oberlin High.
Yeah, and again, Renato, brilliant camera work by Tinglin. It's something that I always admire.
Something I wish I could do.
Two teams all for the 1600 sprint medley open for girls.
As we await the javelin throw, first round attempt, the girls are on track for the 1600 meter sprint medley open. Port Antonio versus St. Mary. There they are. Port Antonio to the right of your screen, St. Mary to the left, and it will be 400, 200, 200, 800 in the sequence of this event. So St. Mary steadily ahead with just under 150 meters to go in the first leg. They lead away from Port Antonio, trying to put some distance between themselves and the rest of the field on track and in the points. St. Mary, they continue to lead, laboring just a little. The lack of preparation, lack of training really taking its toll on these athletes, but St. Mary will hand over first on the first leg of this event. First changeover, St. Mary in just about a minute 10, and Port Antonio in second.
So this is a 200 meter leg. And I tell you what, right after this leg doing with St. Mary having the advantage, St. Mary High having the advantage. And not sure, but the St. Mary High athlete is all over the place. No, she hands off. This is the second 200-meter leg. There's an athlete down just beyond the finish line. The Port Antonio first leg runner, and St. Mary High will take the teams into the straightaway in this 200-meter leg. They will hand off the baton, and the anchor leg runners will go around the track twice, with St. Mary High handing off first, be followed shortly after by Port Antonio. Now, can tell you, Dwayne, just looking, and my producer will confirm it as the boys' javelin throw continues. I spoke about the record of 52.33 meters by Raymond Richards in 2020. Now, I glanced over to my left, and I'm pretty sure that the first mark on the board by Javelin Edwards was 53.20.
That would be quite an opening on his first attempt.
So 53.20 means that it would be a record for Javelin Edwards, and we wait for confirmation in the boys' javelin throw open.
Yeah, as Port Antonio has taken advantage of St. Mary High, and they've gone into the lead on this penultimate lap. So Port Antonio continues to lead with just over 400 meters to go. St. Mary were in charge for the first three legs, but Port Antonio at the belt, 3 minutes 32, are hoping to take the title back to their institution. St. Mary will pick up key points as they strive to retain their championship title on the girls' side.
And they continue, Port Antonio, with the advantage on this 800-meter leg. And the gap, though, Dwayne, is closing a bit as they're on the backstretch for the final time. They go by the marathon tunnel.
Yeah, and I think the athlete from St. Mary would have bided her time very well.
Oh, they hit the 200-meter mark now.
So with just under 150 meters to go, Port Antonio slowing down. Now here comes St. Mary. They would have seemed to time this race to perfection, but Port Antonio responding brilliantly. Can she hold on to the first place? She may not, because here comes St. Mary charging on the final 50 meters. Can she hold on? No, she cannot. St. Mary High School timing this race to absolute perfection, Renardo. Takes it in 4:59.26, the flash time. Looked impossible at one point, but St. Mary High, they come through with a fine anchor leg to take the title ahead of Port Antonio.
And tell you what, Dwayne, it's important to start well and to finish well, and that was a perfect example from St. Mary High. They started the 800-meter leg in front. She was passed, allowed the Port Antonio athlete to set the pace, knew what she had in her, knew what she had in the tank, and then you could see on the final lap of that 800-meter leg, the gap was closing ever so slowly. And the moment they got into the straightaway, she realized that that was her opportunity. And she took it with about 50 or 60 meters to go. A well-timed run, 4 minutes 58.99. As we look back at it, the Port Antonio athlete just begging for the line at this point.
And this is always the toughest part of the race, Renardo. When you're 50 meters out and you can hear just the footsteps, because there are no spectators in the stadium, so all you hear are footsteps, just clap, 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 coming away at you, and then you just start to freeze up. You know, you lose your momentum if you're not focused. But a brilliant strategy executed by St. Mary High School as they take the title in the girls' sprint medley open relay.
Richard Thompson, I think, of Trinidad and Tobago, spoke about that that famous 2008 100-meter final when he had the lead. And he said the only thing that he heard were footsteps behind him. And quickly after that, Usain Bolt was well past him and well ahead of the field.
Yeah, and I remember hearing that story, and I listened to that story about a couple of weeks ago, actually, because doing my Olympic recap, listened to that story, and he said it, all he heard were footsteps. And can you imagine in a stadium filled to capacity, all you hear on the track were just footsteps coming at you, and all you can remember is just Usain Bolt being a blur, going right by you. So a lot of times on the track, no matter how full the stadium may be, on the track it becomes very, very quiet sometimes, and you can even hear yourself breathe.
And the famous commentary on that race, Usain Bolt turns on the big engine. And I guess that's what Richard Thompson heard in the end.
Yeah, and that must have been one of those intimidating feelings to compete against Usain Bolt, knowing that at any point in time, if you're leading, he could just run right by you. Those long strides, just powerfully built, and gives him a lot of power and easy with his effort. But track and field is that kind of sport, Bernardo, where it's a lot of mind games, and if you're not strong mentally, you can see yourself on the other end of the championship.
So, by the way, the girls' javelin, we have the results for you. In third place, Jadel Vassar from Buff Bay with 30 meters. Second was Dacia Campbell from Morant Bay, 31.27 meters. And the winner from Happy Grove, maybe the first time that we're calling Happy Grove since the start of the coverage. And it was Anake Lindsay with 35.19 meters taking the girls' javelin throw open. So we're now hearing confirmation from the stadium announcer that 53.20 meters on his first attempt, Javian Edwards from Oberlin High has broken the boys' javelin throw open record. The record was 52.33, held by Raymond Richards. We're looking now at the boys' sprint medley open. St. Mary High, they go in 4, and Port Antonio, they go in 5. So a repeat of the girls' sprint medley as far as the lineup is concerned.
Yeah, would be good to see. Would be good to see how these teams approach this event, if a similar strategy will be employed by the teams. And again, Port Antonio looking to put the postage stamp on championship. So just a delay at the start.
And the delay is because of, and I can only assume that Tahir Harris, I believe, they're saying that he's needed at the finishing line. So I can only assume that he's a part of the sprint medley team.
I assume he may be running the 800-meter leg. This is interesting to see.
I'm pretty sure that he won't be too happy. He was told to leave the javelin area and make his way to the finish line, but he knew what he signed up for before coming here to the Eastern Athletics Championships. So there he is, so just a delay. So that's Harris. That's Tahir Harris from Port Antonio. Had done 26.36 meters on his first attempt in the javelin throw. And I'm sure that he isn't too happy with the fact that he'll have to run this sprint medley team.
I think he'll have to run the 800 meter leg as we break for the start. The 400 meter leg, St. Mary going to the lead pretty early, getting by Port Antonio as they head down the backstretch. Port Antonio, though, responds, and I think they are not entirely sure what they're running because they've gone up very hard. 200 meters to go. St. Mary now feeling the burn from that opening pace, but Port Antonio streaking away from St. Mary. They well ahead at this point. I think they would try and put their team in a good position as they open a sizable lead on this first leg. No slowing down for the first leg of Port Antonio. Just about 54 seconds on the handover with St. Mary well back in second.
I tell you what, the story of two athletes. Both athletes went out very quickly. One athlete knew his limitations, his capabilities. The other probably didn't. One athlete was able to maintain a certain speed right to the end, and that has taken its toll. The other athlete almost came to a walk. So to this 200 meter leg. This is the second 200 meter leg, the third leg runner, and they will hand off to Tyre Harris, the javelin thrower. They're well away, maybe about 150 meters clear of St. Mary High at this point is Port Antonio as they hand off first. A 110 meter lead at this point as Harris goes out very slowly in this first lap of the 800 meter leg.
Yeah, Tahir Harris will be very grateful for those first three legs, having to come from the javelin to the 800 meters, and he looks steady, looks smooth, looks more like a half miler than a javelin thrower, but still has to get the job done. Almost a 200 meter lead on the athlete from St. Mary High School. And I don't think, like in the previous race, Port Antonio will be caught this time around. Harris very comfortable. He looks across at the javelin apron, thinking about his third attempt after this.
Maybe thought about taking it now.
With the size of the lead, he could have. Harris leading by almost 150 meters. You can see both athletes in the shot. Wonderful shot by our cameraman. Harris takes the bell at 2:52. Starts to move again, and there's little doubt about the outcome in this one.
Isn't as close as the girls' sprint medley, where they exchange lead right until the end. This one, I reckon the lead maybe about 200 meters at this point, with St. Mary High into the straightaway, and simultaneously they will pass the opposite tunnels here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, and about to pass the 200 meter mark and the start mark at the same time.
Yeah, they hit it right about the same time.
Right,
so 200 meters separating Port Antonio from St. Mary High. And I'm pretty sure that Tyre Harris, at this point, if he looks up and his number is on the display board to throw the javelin, he might just be tempted to go and do so. He looks around. He will enter the straightaway now. Take it home for his team. And the lead Dwayne Exdal for the last maybe 400 meters has remained the same, about 200 meters.
Yeah, and Harris, again, would have been very grateful for his teammates on the first three legs, giving him an easy job to come through and take the title in 4 minutes 09.42 flash time for Port Antonio and Harris. And I suspect now he will head back to the javelin apron to complete his other attempts. But he walks away tall, walks away strong. Some key points for Port Antonio as they look to wrap up championship.
Just going to get some rehydration, confirmation, 4 minutes 09.22 for Port Antonio High. And St. Mary High now with about 50 or so meters left to complete their race. But doesn't matter. Valuable points you're doing. Valuable relay points as well.
Yeah, and I think St. Mary on the boys' side trying to get the better of Buff Bay, the defending champions, who are completely out of winning this championship. So St. Mary, Buff Bay, and the likes of Morant Bay battling for the minor places. But Port Antonio, they continue to stretch their lead on the rest of the field in this championship. So the javelin still on. The boys in the long jump class 2 on the runway as well. The girl looks to be class 3. They in action as well as we get ready for more action on the track, Renardo.
Yeah, it's a number of field events happening at the same time. As you said, Dwayne, you have the high jump for girls happening, the long jump for boys, the javelin throw open also happening, as you can see in your shot there. And Tahir Harris just making his way slowly back to the javelin throw area, where he will continue his javelin sequence, having done that 800-meter leg for his school in that 1600-meter sprint medley. And again, just to remind you that on the first throw, Javane Edwards of Oberlin High set a new record in the javelin throw, 53.20 meters. The previous mark was 52.33, done by Raymond Richards in 2020. So far, we've seen, by my account, 2 records today.
Thank you for your cooperation and voluntary compliance.
You've seen
it is greatly appreciated.
A record in the girls' 80-meter hurdles. And now we're seeing a record in the boys' javelin throw open. So despite understanding, Dwayne, rightfully so, and informing the public that the results for a lot of these institutions and athletes won't be as good as they were a year, 2 years ago, because of the long layoff, because of not having the resources, not being able to practice or to train or to prepare properly. We're not seeing the results that we would have anticipated. But 2 records on the day, not bad going.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. Shows that these athletes still have some quality. I remember speaking with the J3's president, Garth Gale, last week at the Central Championship, and he was getting the point across that Jamaica is so filled with talent that even on our worst days as junior athletes, they still manage to perform at a high level. And he just continues to ask the question about how much further along we'd be had we not had these delays, because we saw a record set at the Central Championship with athletes running personal bests, and so too here at the Eastern Championship records being set as well. So it shows how much quality we have as a nation in track and field. So it's something that we can continue to look forward to for the remainder of the season. The performances won't be as high class and high quality, but we'll still get the job done nonetheless.
So the 80-meter hurdles, just want to ensure Petra Campbell of Buff Bay, get the results for you.
Yeah, some results coming in for the boys javelin. As you said, Renardo, Javian Edwards Oberlin, 53.20, a new record set in his first attempt in the javelin. Tahir Harris, Port Antonio, 32.20 for second, and Leonard Lee of Buff Bay, 28.54. So those are the top 3 in the boys javelin open.
Yeah, just a correction, not the 80-meter hurdles. I said the 80-meter hurdles earlier. It's the 70-meter hurdles for girls this morning. Just want to ensure the record was 14.74 seconds, And the record is now 14.52 by Alexia Austin. So I just want to confirm, but we've had 2 records set today, one in the javelin and one in the hurdles. We'll have confirmation of both for you. You're looking there at the high jump area. And the high jump, we've had a few high jump events. This is for class 4 girls. Michaela Richards from Glengoff, Amanda Contrington from Titchfield, Avian Mahan from St. Mary, Brianna Vassell from Glengoff. So a couple of these ladies would have contested the class 4 long jump, which took place earlier today.
Yeah, I would have seen a couple of them earlier this morning. Hopefully they fare better in the high jump than they did the long jump. You know, a lot of them had issues getting marks off. So, as we await more action on the track, the field events, long jump for boys, class 2, high jump for girls, class 4, going through the paces. I think the relays should be up after this Renardo.
Yeah, a couple of relay races left. We've just seen the 1600 meter sprint medley. And you do have the 4x100 meter for girls, class 4. To be followed by the class 3 4x1s, then class 2 and class 1. And it will be the class 4 girls followed by class 3 girls, then the class 3 boys, class 2 girls, class 2 boys, class 1 girls, and class 1 boys. And then following those 4x1s will be the next track event, will be the 3000 meter open for girls. That will be followed by the 5000 meter for boys, and the 4x400 meter relay will close out Eastern Champs 2021. Looking there at the high jump area.
Yeah, shot at the Glengoff girls, Richards and Vassell. Richards to left of screen, Vassell to the right. And walking into shot was Amanda Codrington of Titchfield. So these girls just awaiting their turn on the high jump apron. That looks to be Avian Mahon of St. Mary High. So still going through what seems to be the warm-up phases of the class 4 girls high jump.
Amanda Contrington, by the way, won the Titchfield, won the long jump earlier with 3 meters 83. And Avian Mahon from St. Mary, she did not register a jump for the class 4 long jump this morning. So she'll be hoping for better.
This is a reminder that you must wear your mask at all times while attending the competition.
Yeah, hoping that they fare better in this event than they did the long jump. They would have gotten a little more preparation, having gone through the stages of the long jump.
We spoke earlier about that's Contrington, Amanda Contrington, who won the long jump class 4 girls earlier today. We spoke about the different techniques. We've seen now the high jump in most persons, if not all, using the Flasbury flop technique. And these girls, I don't, for class 4, not sure how many of these girls you will see using that technique, Dwayne.
Or some rendition of it.
Yeah, there might be some variations, yes. Just no. Yeah. And that was a good clearance.
Yeah, that's Mahon of St. Mary High. So
maybe favors the high jump gives a thumbs up.
Yeah, tall athlete. I think probably the tallest in the field.
Now is there the other competitor. And again, these jumps coming quick and fast. Do have the boys high jump to come as well.
3 teams on track for the class 4 girls.
Yeah. While the girls go through their paces in the high jump, the boys, well, the girls are getting ready for the high jump. I beg your pardon. The girls are getting ready for the 4x100 meter relay. So that's class 4 girls sprint relay.
And Brianna Vassa there aborted her run up. And what's the rule, Dwayne? If it is that you touch the bag, the landing bag, it is considered a foul.
Yes.
So you can abort. You're given,
I think 30 seconds to complete your jump.
Yeah, so if it is that you take off or you attempt, but somehow you didn't get the approach that you wanted, and as long as you don't touch the back, you can make a circle and you can go back to the top of your mark and go again. But if it is that you come in contact with a bag,
yeah, it's deemed a foul attempt.
It's deemed a foul attempt.
And interestingly enough, in this girls' class 4x1, as we look at the lineups, that's Titchfield on the outside. Their class 4 long jump champion is on the ankle leg. Amanda Codrington just ran over from the high jump to the ankle leg, so we should see her, if the baton gets around, doing sprint duties for her school.
Yeah, so we're now seeing that from javelin to sprint medley, now from high jump to 4x1
sprint relay.
So let's see. I'm not sure that that will happen to 3,000 meter athletes or 5,000 meters.
You would hope not. But stranger things have happened. So Titchfield on camera.
And there are 5 schools listed. Let's go back. Let's do that again. There are 4 schools listed here: St. Mary High, Buff Bay, Port Antonio, Titchfield. St. Mary High in 3, Buff Bay not in 4, Port Antonio in 5, and Titchfield out there in lane 6. This is the Class 4 4x100 meter relay. Looking there at the starter. And box 1 is okay. So too box 2. But box 3, not yet given the signal that they're ready.
Yeah, good to see this Titchfield lineup. Interestingly enough, they have the likes of Rakelia White, who could feature, and Janae Berry as well. So
lane 5.
Quite a bit of talent in this Titchfield lineup.
Set.
So they're sent away. First time of asking. St. Mary High, Port Antonio, Titchfield. 3 schools, 1 winner in this girls 4x100 meter relay for class 4. The first handover will happen on the outside. It will go, I think, the first and second leg runner for Titchfield. They have the advantage. They have the lead at this point. They pass the marathon tunnel on the back stretch. The second exchange at Titchfield again. Will they make it clean? They do. No flags just yet on that exchange leg. Titchfield with the advantage, but St. Mary High starting to close the gap. They've gone up by Port Antonio, and they've gone by Port Antonio, but Titchfield still with the lead. And here's Contrington now for Titchfield from long jump to high jump to 4x1s. Titchfield with the lead. St. Mary High in second position. Port Antonio trying to get back. They won't get back, but Titchfield stops the clock, 54.26.
Yeah, Renardo, great run. There is Codrington, champion in the long jump now, sprint relay champion for Titchfield. And that team, Rakelia White on the backstretch and Janae Berry on the third leg. They're 200 meter sprinters, and their long jumper, combining to give them the win here in this event. So there's Codrington, Class 4 long jump champion, aiming to do the same in the high jump.
Yeah, could walk away with 3 gold medals.
Yeah, 53.96 officially for Titchfield. So great combination from them. Nice handovers. Not the smoothest on the ankle leg, but the first 2 changes clean. Put themselves in a good position to give themselves the title. So the first sprint relay title here at the Eastern Championship 2021 goes to Titchfield High School in 53.96.
Yeah, we spoke about the records earlier. Now, the record came in the girls' Class 2 100-meter hurdles. Alexia Austin from Glengoff, 14.52 meters in a minus 1.3 wind. The previous mark was at 14.74, and that was done by Felicia Ferran of Morant Bay High School. And that was done in 2010, surprisingly. Since 2010, that record has stood. So that's what, 11 years or 10 years?
Yeah, and speaking about 2010, 2011, we're also joined now. We're on TVJ live. So welcome to our viewers who have joined us from TVJ. We were on TVJ SN earlier, and you're joining us just in time for the girls Class 3 4x100 meter. Class 4 was won by Titchfield. They are hoping to do the same in Class 3.
3 institutions here: St. Mary High, Morant Bay, and Titchfield. Not seeing Port Antonio. They should have lined up in lane 3. So just the 3 schools. St. Mary High, the defending girls champions, Morant Bay and Titchfield, hoping that they can stop that from being another title in another year. Set position. Sent away, first time of asking. Good start for St. Mary High. On the inside, running out of lane number 4. On the outside, Titchfield, they've gotten up well. The first exchange will be made by St. Mary High, and was very close as Titchfield was right there or thereabouts. They pass the marathon tunnel now. The second exchange with 200 meters to go in this 4x100 meter. Titchfield, that was very late. No flag though. As they come around, it's Titchfield and St. Mary High with 120 meters to go. The final exchange now. The first exchange, the exchange made by St. Mary, it will be closed. Titchfield trying to close the gap. St. Mary High with the advantage. It's going to be a battle right to the line. Titchfield up against St. Mary High. The gap is closing, but not closing quickly enough. St. Mary High holds on to the lead, holds on to the win. They clock there 50.05 for St. Mary High. You wait for confirmation, but in the end, as it did at the start, was very close between St. Mary High and Titchfield.
Yeah, very close from the start. Great second leg by Titchfield on the backstretch. Nice second exchange, but St. Mary got back into their running on the third leg, and they put a stamp on this one. Nice exchange on the ankle leg, leading to them having that slight advantage that took them away from the rest of the field. Great way to put it together, St. Mary High School. So Titchfield winners in Class 4, St. Mary champions in Class 3.
And what is now the norm, looking at the persons, the sanitization team there, they will sanitize the blocks in between each event. The next event on track will be the Class 2 girls 4x100 meter relay, to be followed by the Class 2 boys 4x1s. Then we'll have the Class 1 girls and then the Class 1 boys. As looking around there, Seemed to be a pause in the high jump. The javelin throw looks as if it was completed. The javelin throw open for boys.
Yeah, look like the boys are getting ready for the class 3 4x100 meters. Seems to be only 2 teams present, Morant Bay and Titchfield.
And just to remind you, I spoke about the record in the class 2 100-meter hurdles for girls. And the boys javelin throw open. Javian Edwards from Oberlin High, 53.20 meters on his first attempt. As you look at the Titchfield 4x1 boys team. So Javian Edwards from Oberlin, 53.20 meters, breaking the record of 52.33 meters set in 2020 by Raymond Richards. So a record in the class 2 girls 100-meter hurdles and a record in the javelin throw open for boys.
Yeah, great job, great going by them. As we look to the boys in class 3. Titchfield, the likes of Blackett and Thaxter should feature in this 4x1. Morant Bay with the class 3 100-meter champion, Raheem Gordon. He will run the second leg for them, hoping to be joined by Orion Daly. So lane 6, Titchfield. Lane 5, Morant Bay.
All yours, Mr. Starter.
Two schools.
On your mark.
Yep, that's Orion Daly just now of Morant Bay, running the third leg, and they'll have Raheem Gordon, the 100-meter champion, on the on the backstretch.
So they're sent away. Morant Bay and Titchfield battling for this one. The first exchange made by Titchfield on the outside. And the second leg run has absolutely flown by on that back stretch. The exchange now. Titchfield again, they will make it first. A little bit slow in the exchange there from Morant Bay. Titchfield just building the advantage, growing the lead, growing the gap between themselves and Morant Bay. The final exchange now. It's clean, it's smooth from Titchfield. And now it's down to the ankle leg runner. It was slow again for Morant Bay as the gap widens. And Titchfield will take the boys class 3 4x100 meter relay. Flash time 48.70. Not exactly quick, but very efficient from this Titchfield team.
Yeah, the separation happened on the backstretch. Jillian Thaxter, the 200-meter champion, going up against Raheem Gordon, the 100-meter champion, and nice exchanges between the athletes from Titchfield. Saw them easily running away with this one. Their quality in exchanges really made the difference here. Morant Bay with a fine quartet, but didn't have enough to beat Titchfield today. Good exchanges. So the winners, Titchfield, won in girls class 4. Now winners in boys class 3.
We'll move on now to the class 2 girls 4x100 meter relay. Lane 6, St. Mary High. Lane 5, Titchfield. Lane 7, Buff Bay. So no Port Antonio, no Glengoff. From 5 schools, we're down to 3.
Yeah, St. Mary High, always dominant in this event over recent seasons. They're hoping to continue that sprint relay dominance in the class 2 girls 4x100 meter relay. You think about St. Mary High School and Shantae Price and Glacier and Luton, who will compete for them. should be present in this event.
Looking there at the Buff Bay team. They've had a decent out in Buff Bay today.
Yeah, all things considered, they've not done badly. They're hoping to at least finish this race to get themselves some points. But I think St. Mary High School, the likes of Glacier Newton and Denise Thompson, I mean Shante Price of St. Mary High, will look to take this title. In the blocks, girls class 2 for 100 meter relay.
Sent away 3 schools, Titchfield, St. Mary, Buff Bay. A good start from St. Mary High. They've gone up very quickly and will make the first exchange. Will it be clean? It is clean, it is efficient. Well, partially, as they're now in problems. Titchfield, they've made up ground. Buff Bay is also there. St. Mary, they dropped the baton earlier. And a flag on the first box. Titchfield with the advantage. Buff Bay, you get the feeling St. Mary, they will be in problems. They are in problems because they're out. Here's Titchfield with the advantage. Just 2 schools left. Titchfield over Buff Bay. The exchange made by Titchfield and Buff Bay. They were safe. That's all they needed because points is secured when you cross the line. Titchfield will come across the line to take this Class 2 girls 4x100 meter relay.
Quite unfortunate there, Renardo, for St. Mary High School. Titchfield, though, not bothered, taking advantage of the misfortune, showing that #1 sign. They winners in Class 2. Good anchor leg for Kaylon Biggs of Buff Bay to anchor them to second. But strange happenings just now in that relay, Renardo.
Yeah, I felt St. Mary High made a pretty good exchange initially. Not sure what happened. Maybe fell from the hand of the outgoing runner.
Yeah, but they did the right thing. The baton fell in the exchange. The incoming runner retrieved it, gave it to the outgoing runner. But halfway down the track, she decided to stop.
Now, would be interesting to see what happened there because there was a flag at box 1.
Yeah, there was a flag at box 1, but I think they would have raised the flag because they thought they had stepped out of the zone, which they hadn't. The exchange was still made inside the zone. So she could have at least finished the race, given herself and her teammates a chance to get points and collect a medal.
But it's whether or not that threw them off, because if it is that you're competing, you knew that you had a mishap on that exchange and the flag came up. Maybe the athlete just thinking that why bother?
Yeah, well, one thing I've learned, and I try to tell the younger athletes, you compete to the line, you compete to the finish, almost like football. You play to the whistle, because you may see the flag go up. There may not be any video assistant referees in track and field, but you run to the whistle, you run to the end, and coaches will decide based on video evidence whether or not the disqualification is upheld, you know. But it's unfortunate to see that she had stopped out of frustration, I believe, halfway down the track when the rest of her team was depending on her.
Yeah, didn't give her team a chance, and it would be interesting to see, to look back on what exactly happened on that first exchange, because I thought initially the exchange was made.
Yeah, initially I thought the exchange was good as well, but I think there was some mishap with the outgoing runner and the baton. So I'd love to see that first exchange one more time between the St. Mary athletes.
By the way, in the background there, and we will look back at it. In the background there, you're seeing the high jump ladies.
Yeah, Codrington having some issues in the high jump. Maybe the weight of activities so far taking a toll on her. Fouled her first attempt, and again, another foul for her on her second attempt. So, unfortunate for her so far.
Would have been difficult to... She did the long jump this morning, came back in the high jump, And then midway the high jump, she went and did the anchor leg for the 4x1s, and then back to the high jump area. And the 4x1s would have taken something out of those legs.
Yeah, indeed, and you are absolutely correct. But as it stands, Mahan of St. Mary is, from where I sit, looks like the leader in the high jump. Hasn't had a foul attempt so far. So she looking to make amends for what happened in the long jump today, as Codrington gets ready for her final attempt, I believe it is.
Tale of two tapes, isn't it, for Mahan? Didn't register a mark in the long jump. As you look at Codrington, and then another fall, another red flag. Didn't register a jump in an attempt in the long jump, but no, doing well in the high jump.
And Codrington won the long jump, and no, not registering a mark in the high jump.
Yeah. We have the girls class 2 4x100 meter relief for you, which was just concluded. Let's see if we can spot what happened on the first exchange. Here it is. You're looking there at St. Mary High. They got out very fast. And here's the first exchange. No, I thought the exchange was made. No, the outgoing runner dropped the baton, and then the incoming runner picked it up and gave it back to her. No, it has this point. She decided that she's not going to bother run.
Yeah, and I think that's where the disqualification would happen. Seeing that the exchange was already made, the only person who can
is the outgoing
runner, yeah.
Because the baton fell from her.
Yes. And just a little blunder. I mean, it's not unlikely or unusual. Sometimes athletes get to running before they receive the baton.
No, let's clarify that, Dwayne, for us, because you would have been in the relay. Here's another angle. So this is the exchange. So the exchange was made. The baton fell there. Now the incoming runner picks it up and hands it off. Now, you're saying that it's because the exchange was already made.
Yeah. The exchange was completed from first to second. So the first place runner is in no position, or should not be in a position, to retrieve the baton and give to the outgoing runner. So I think that's where the issue is. But that in itself is...
Had the exchange not been made,
between the first leg runner and
had it not been completed, that is,
the first leg athlete could retrieve the baton and give it to the outgoing athlete. But I think the mistake that happened, and I think coaches warn against this, the adjustments, making adjustments while in stride, I think that's what caused St. Mary to lose control of the baton, because trying to make the adjustments by hitting it against her body really threw off her momentum.
This is Kamisha Francis, by the way, Class 3 high jump from St. Mary High. The goes clear at that height. So in the end, Dwayne, if it is that St. Mary High completed the race, they still would have been disqualified.
Indeed.
So rather than being disqualified, they'll just not finish the race.
Yeah, but I'm not sure she would have been aware of that. I think what needs to happen in a lot of the cases, our athletes need to learn the rules or be taught the rules. You may not remember everything, but you should at least know the rules of your event.
But it's a decision that you make in that split second, because from the moment the baton fell, it's a decision that you make, the decision between you two to say who picks it up and then to carry on. Now, I guess the incoming runner is knowledgeable that, well, if the baton falls, I'm the one who picks it up, who will pick it up.
If the exchange isn't completed.
But I guess she probably didn't think about that part.
Yeah, and just some results for you. The high jump, the height is now at 1.35 meters for the girls' class 3 event. So
the record here is 5.67 meters.
Yeah, but track and field is an interesting sport of rules, Renardo. And a lot of times athletes and sometimes coaches and officials, they aren't necessarily aware of the rules themselves. So it kind of makes things a little difficult to understand while you're in the moment. It's for athletes who are au fait with the rules and they know what the rules are like the back of their hands. It's not that difficult for them. But for those who aren't aware, they get caught so many times in positions that result in them and their team getting disqualified when it could be avoided.
Have you ever been involved in that as we await the class 2 boys? Have you ever been involved in one of those mishaps?
Quite a few times. I remember 2010 at Boys and Girls Championship, the 400-meter hurdles final. I remember the height of the hurdle was incorrect, and I'd signaled the official, I think it was Alfred Francis at the time, and I made him aware that the height was wrong, because what I wanted to avoid was years before, I remember a girls' 400-meter hurdles, the height being wrong. They ran the race nonetheless, and they recognized after that the height was wrong. So they ended up having to run the final on a Sunday. So
I guess your Sunday was booked.
Yeah, we wanted to secure a celebration, but it's one thing coaches would have taught us from early. You have to learn your event. You have to become a student of your event, and you have to at least teach your teammates. You know, keep your teammates accountable. You guys have to understand what it is that you're doing. So it's a matter of just knowing what you're doing, knowing the event that you're in, and not just participating for participating's sake.
And Kamisha Francis, they're going clear yet again. Or St. Mary High. I think that she's in the lead at this point. The class 3 girls. I wonder if she will challenge the 1.67 m, which is the record set in 2019. Cartella Williams. And the height being adjusted there.
Yeah. As we wait for the height adjustment, the boys are on track for the class 2 4x1. And seems to be only 3 teams: Port Antonio, Glengough, and Titchfield. Or is it Port Antonio, Titchfield, and St. Mary High?
So the height now being adjusted to 1.45 m.
Yeah, that's Mahon on screen from St. Mary. So I think it's a mixture of the class 3 and 4 girls in the high jump.
And we've seen that this morning. The long jump was the same, a mixture of class 4 and 3. We also saw the 1500 meters where all 3 classes went in one race, and we had 4 athletes. There's Mahon. Failed first attempt at 1.45 m.
Yeah, very, very close though. Remember, she is class 4, competing with the class 3 athletes. But the boys are on track, Renardo, for the 4x1 Titchfield.
On the mark.
Are hoping that the sprint double champion will give them some boost. Dante Orr, they go in lane number 6.
Set class 2, lane 5 Port Antonio, lane 6 Titchfield, lane 7 St. Mary High. Set position, sent away. The class 2 boys 4x100 meter relay. A pretty even start. Titchfield starting to make a move on St. Mary High on their outside. The exchange made now. A pretty balanced and even exchange for all 3 teams. They fly on the backstretch past the marathon tunnel. They hit the 200-meter mark now, and to make the second exchange, it's clean, it's efficient for Titchfield. So too for St. Mary and Port Antonio. Might come down to the final exchange now. Titchfield with the advantage. St. Mary High very close. Port Antonio left behind just a touch. The exchange is clean for Titchfield on the anchor leg. St. Mary trying to get back to Titchfield. The gap closing, not closing fast enough. Titchfield will hold on for the victory. St. Mary will get second and Port Antonio in third. And the clock downstairs doesn't stop, but the athletes do. Fantastic run from Titchfield.
Yeah. Dante Orr on anchor leg for them. And Dejan Strachan was on the backstretch. So they combined, the 200-meter men, combined to give Titchfield a well-deserved win in the 4x100 meters. So we look at the start here. Titchfield quickly out the blocks. Port Antonio being left behind. So at this moment, Titchfield and St. Mary. Nice transition. Nice exchanges from the two teams on the outside. On screen, DeJohn Strawn of Titchfield. Looks to step away from Omarion Dennis of St. Mary. Nice exchanges. And the penultimate exchange was good. The final exchange, even better. Stepping away from the field, Dante Orr of Titchfield. Comfortable at this point. Not much to worry on his way to securing the 4x100 meter title for Titchfield.
Yeah, you wonder how often do these teams practice their baton exchanges, because just now all three teams were pretty smooth for the most part in making their exchanges. And this now the Class 1 girls 4x100 meter relay. And on a disappointing note, and doing that, we only have one team. That's Buff Bay. No Glengoff.
Well, at least this was one of those events that you think would have been combined for the girls. So
could it?
On your mark.
In girls class 2.
What's possible?
Yeah, had 3 competitors in class 2 for the girls.
Fingers
Buff
behind
Bay
line.
by themselves. We'll see if they can, at this point, hold
Stand
their
up.
concentration, Renato, because it now becomes a case of you running against the clock with a baton in hand, and it's not as easy as it may seem to a lot of people, because now you are solely responsible for your team's success or demise.
It could be that you use the visual exchange as opposed to non-visual.
Set.
One that you see more often in the 4x4s. But Buff Bay here running all alone in this Class 1 girls 4x100 meter relay. And my first leg athlete, the exchange, I tell you what, a fumble there on the first exchange. And you spoke about concentrating, Dwayne, and maybe just went there. Hit the 200 meter mark now. And the final leg exchange after what happened on the first exchange, I guarantee everyone will be looking on with great anticipation. This one though, no hiccups. Buff Bay, the only team in the Class 1 4x1. I'm not sure if the first exchange will be checked, but the clock stops at 53.61.
Well, fortunately, Renato, no flag went up. So that is some encouragement. But it's really important to concentrate when...
Yeah, have another look at it here, Dwayne. And the lines that we're looking at now.
Yeah, I think what happened was that the outgoing runner just took off a little too soon. And it made it a little bit that much more difficult for the incoming runner to get to her. But they cleaned it up on the second exchange, not the smoothest transition from second to third. But third leg runner at this point knows that she has just one job to do. It's to get the stick over, and that she does. And Buff Bay, by themselves, against the clock, they win the girls 4x100 meter relay in Class 1.
And the lines of importance there, Dwayne, are the white lines going across the track, which is the exchange zone.
Well, the
you
white
had the acceleration zone.
Yeah, the acceleration zone is right before the beginning of the exchange zone. That white line, Renardo, signals the center of the exchange zone, because the exchange zone happens between 2 yellow marks on the backstretch. So oftentimes the white mark is used as the halfway line.
A marker.
Yeah, between in the exchange zone. So you actually try to get the baton to your teammates before then. Because at that point, you'd expect them to have hit top speed.
And outside of that, you reach a point of no return.
Yeah, it becomes desperate times after that.
It does. And this time, talking about relays, we see what's happening with the men's 4x100 meter relay and the permutations for the qualification to the Olympic Games. You reckon all will be well when it comes to Tokyo or before Tokyo?
Yeah, and one can only hope. We can hope and hope and hope some more. But I really think that we have to get cracking with our qualifications for the relays to the Tokyo Olympic Games. It remains to be seen where and when we'll be able to compete. But if the officials say that they have things in place to get that done, you'll just have to trust that process.
And the long jump taking place as well for boys. Class 2 long jump. Their second attempt. I'm seeing 3 competitors. It's to be Buff Bay, Titchfield, and Port Antonio.
Yeah, Renard, it's almost safe to say that Port Antonio has wrapped up this championship on the boys' side.
We'll get some points tally for you in not too far from now. The athletes make their adjustments. And the long jump. Have you ever thought about doing the long jump?
It's the same story. Sports day.
Sports day.
Yeah, sports day at Wolmer's is always a time for enjoyment and just having fun. I didn't do well with the long jump though. Almost didn't make the pit in one of my attempts, so I gave up on that. But here, red flag is shown in the boys' class 2 long jump.
Yeah, made the pit, but not legally.
Yeah, I think that was always my worry. If anything, it was making the pit, whether legally or illegally.
Tunis King, by the way, from Buff Bay, leading with 5.73 meters in the long jump, class 2 boys. Titchfield athlete. That's Jaden Parks from Titchfield.
Yeah, Titchfield still on the runway, getting himself ready for his second attempt. Gets down runway, speeds to the board, shuffles in the final stages just to get a legal marking. So we await the distance, confirmation of his distance, but a legal jump to the athlete from Titchfield.
And the final 4x1. This is for class 1 boys. Buff Bay in 4, Port Antonio in 5, and Glengoff
Set.
should have been in 6. So 2 competitors, Buff Bay and Port Antonio. Good start, well, a measured start from Port Antonio on the outside, running out of lane number 5. Buff Bay conservative in their exchange. The advantage slightly with Port Antonio at the moment. Next to be Harris for Port Antonio. Almost a mix-up there in that exchange. Buff Bay with the lead now. Port Antonio. That mistake may have cost them some ground. The final exchange now. Buff Bay, they make it safe. Port Antonio as well. And the Buff Bay striding away. The gap closing ever so slightly. But Port Antonio from the mistake at the 200-meter mark did not recover as Buff Bay comes across the line. Starts the clock in 45.27, the flash time. The victory there for Buff Bay.
Yeah, Buff Bay, they may not win the boys' championship this year, but they're still making a statement on the track. Finishing first in the 4x100 meters of Class 1 boys. And it was interesting to see Harris on the backstretch again for Port Antonio. As you take a look at the start. Good start for Buff Bay on the inside. Measured start, as you said, Renardo, for Port Antonio as they come to the first exchange. Port Antonio handing over first, but in charge at this point. Buff Bay.
Tahir Harris there for Port Antonio. And the 800-meter leg on the sprint medley. There's the javelin as well.
Yeah, and costly mistake on that second handover as Buff Bay pulling out all the stops to get the better of Port Antonio. Down the home stretch. Focused on the finish. Buff Bay, they take one of those rare titles that they've gotten a chance to win at these championships this year. Not at their strongest, but still making the most of the opportunity.
Most definitely. Oh, the track events remaining. 3,000 meter, 5,000 meter, and then the 4x4 to close out the championship. A couple of field events. The triple jump for girls open. Jamara Scott, the lone competitor there. Shot put class 2 for girls. The competitors are at the shot put area. We're looking at the long jump for boys. So the competition now trickling down to a finale, Dwayne. The boys in the long jump event for class 2 competing there. Looks to be Romar Bryan from Morant Bay. Oh, he's down on the runway. You saw 5 m 12 there for Malik Easy. Didn't look easy. Let's see if Brian for Morant Bay can do slightly better.
Yeah, and just as we suspected, results from the class 4 girls high jump. Avian Mahan of St. Mary, meter 4, 1.40 meters. She, the only competitor to register a mark in that event.
Strange enough. And she was the only competitor to not register a mark in the long jump.
Stranger things.
Indeed. This is Romar Bryan from Morant Bay. And the runway gets the red flag.
Yeah, ran on the first leg on that 4x1 team for them that finished second.
This is the final attempt in the class 2 long jump. So the final chance for these athletes to get up round about that 6.63 meter mark, the record by Romain Moore, set in 2013.
Yeah, more results for you. Class 3 high jump, Kimisha Francis of St. Mary, 1.45 meters the winner in that event.
Jaden Parks now for Titchfield. This long jump, taking its time, focus on executing, bouncing down the runway now, gathering momentum, and if he gets the white flag, that seemed to be a good jump. Does get the white flag. It'll be interesting to see where that takes him. And the measurement for Jaden Parks as we look back. Not a lot of air time. Not enough speed and momentum. That's his 4th attempt, 5.75 meters. 5.75 meters for Jaden Parks in his 4th attempt. Tonis King was leading this event. Had 5.73 meters, but we've just seen Jaden Parks at 5 meters 75, trying to get the support behind him. Donis King of Buff Bay. Fourth and final attempt. Down the runway, looks speedy, takes off well behind the board, and have lost some centimeters there. And Buff Bay athletes looking to better his 5 meters 73. As we look back at his approach, took off well behind the board. Didn't even make the frame from that shot. Got the white flag. 5 meters 69. No, not better than his 5 meters 73 did earlier on. So, another competitor. Not seeing him on the list. We'll get the white flag though. Competitor 379. We look back, more upright in his approach. Not bad on the board. Didn't get out enough in the sand. 5 meter 19. The athlete's getting above 5 meters, but or beyond 5 meters, but not getting the 6 meter mark. And based on that, the record could be well out of sight for these athletes.
Third, Leonard Lee Buckbay, 34.34, and fourth, Richard Stewart, St. Mary.
Long jump, such an interesting event in our nation's history. Recently, at the 2019 World Championship, Tajay Gale, as we see another foul on that event, became world champion with 8.69 meters. We've had quite a few good competitors over the years. And this year looks to be no different. I think about the likes of Keir McLeod, NCAA long jump champion, a long jump runner-up, also fine triple jumper. So Wayne Pinnock as well, national high school record holder, also world under 20 bronze medalist. As we look at another attempt, makes it to the pit, still awaiting the official.
You get the feeling there that he just wanted to register mark, just wanted to get to the pit, just wanted to get it over and done in his final attempt.
Yeah, getting a result, really important.
That's looks to be Fitzroy Esco. The competition will come to an end with Esco's final attempt at 5 meters 25.
So for those who've just joined us, we're here at the National Stadium for the 2021 edition of the Eastern Athletics Championship. So schools from the eastern end of the island participating here. So no action on the track just yet. I think you suspect that the next action on track will maybe the 5,000 meters for boys open.
The winner, Alexia Austin Glengoff, 1 minute 12.
The shot put for girls taking place.
Tavon James, St. Mary's College, 100.97.
At the
He's the winner.
shot put circle, the girls class 1 shot put event. The record 10.86 meters.
The winner, Tyrese Jackson Buffday,
Talene Gordon in 2020 setting that record, and the ladies just warming up. The competition yet to commence. The day which started out with the 1500 meters, now almost at its tipping point.
Yeah, and speaking about tipping point, Tajay Gale, a few tips for our athletes with a feature from the world champion.
Hey, this is Tajay Gale, the 2019 World Champion Long Jumper, and I'm going to give you 4 advice for Champs 2020 this year. Advice 1, warm up, cool down, the most important thing as an athlete. Advice 2, stay focused, never get too comfortable. Advice 3, challenge yourself, always aim to beat yourself. Advice 4, stay in school, do your schoolwork.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I wonder how better I could be at the long jump, or maybe even start the long jump by taking some of those tips from Tajay Gale. And there's someone who knows a lot about field events and jumps, as we welcome Coach David Riley. Coach Riley, is the jumps, especially the long jump, from what you've seen from these athletes today, are you seeing promising signs?
Promising is always an operative word. Even the athlete who is showing great skill has possibly great promise too. And certainly the long jump requires some amount of combination of power, strength, speed, and that of course takes some time to develop. And no need to rush, but have your sights set on some great distances and get some work going. Of course, these athletes would have had to be doing all of that in the middle of the pandemic, and this here at Eastern Champs is an opportunity for them, one that they've been looking forward to. Of course, they were fortunate to have done it last year. This year, the last minute, it was initially cancelled, but I'm sure they're feeling great to be able to come and do it again.
We'll ask you this question as Jeremy Brown will replace me and join you. Are you excited about the long jump event for the national championship with the athletes that we've had and what it is that they're doing on the circuit now?
On the male side, yes.
Yeah, on the male side.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a great year. Of course, Kira McLeod, the outstanding Gavin Messiah to Kingston College athlete, is doing exceptionally well. Of course, not surprising to us. He hadn't really been doing all of what he was showing in terms of potential, a couple of years after he left high school. But of course, he's really coming into form, doing some very wonderful stuff there on the long jump runway. And of course, the list also includes Tajay Gale and others, really showing that Jamaicans, with the speed that we've always been known for, has been bringing that speed to the long jump runway, something that a lot of persons aren't surprised that we're jumping far, because we've always had speed, and speed being the most important factor in the determining how far you jump. And Jeremy just jumped in.
Yeah. Well, Coach, thank you so very much. And of course, we are about to enter into the closing stages of the Eastern Athletics Championships as we look at the high jump, rather the shot put for girls. That's the athlete from Moranbay High. Just following up on that point you were making earlier, Coach, it could be a case where we always had the talent to do well outside of the sprint events, but maybe it's the quality coaching that maybe necessarily wasn't there initially. I mean, as we do now, as we have now, I mean, GC Foster College getting a lot of praise for that in terms of churning out a number of quality coaches who are now spread across the island to, impart their expertise, and not just in the usual traditional high schools, but right across. And we're seeing that over the last 12, 15 years at Shams.
Yeah, and if you remember, a couple of years ago, there was almost like a glut on the market for Jamaicans in sprinting. I mean, you're running 10-1 and not making the national team.
Right.
And I think at that time, that may have caused some coaches and athletes to reassess what they could do and venture into other areas. So, the practice of converting every single person who shows some speed to running the 100 meters, coaches and athletes may have been looking at other events, into the hurdles, into the jumps, and that has actually borne some fruit. But of course, we now have a little short fall in our male sprinting,
right?
Which hasn't been. I mean, it's not a long time ago. We're
on top of the world.
Yeah, just could lend people sprinters.
But what do you attribute that to, Coach? Because we seemingly continue to produce good quality male sprinters at the junior level. Is it a matter of the transition to the senior ranks being the major issue?
Yeah, and I think we have to change some of what is done at the junior level. The athletes somehow are made to think that they're larger than they really are. And I think the practice of athletes running really fast too early is something that needs to be addressed as well. It's almost pointless for a 12-year-old or 13-year-old to be running fast. It has no real material value in your life. I think the general principle and practice within the global community is to just keep the athletes engaged and active, teach them the various skills and techniques, but not necessarily go for performance. And I think we might be seeing some cases where some age inappropriate training is being done. I'm going out and saying that,
and
not
what do
to
you
create
mean
a
by age
controversy.
inappropriate?
Well, every
like
training,
junior athletes being given senior level work in training to do.
Yes, and not just. I mean, junior. You could. Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that the pandemic may have saved us from as well. Some of the intense, difficult training that would have normally been given to athletes, somehow the pandemic has interrupted that. And I'm saying it from a coaching standpoint as well.
But is that more an issue on the girls' side than on the boys' side?
It's an issue for all athletes. And I think that is something that you can't legislate it. It's really the professionalism of the coaches involved. And I speak as well from the Coaching Association standpoint. It's just a conversation that we have. But of course, you can't dictate to persons what they can and can't do or should and shouldn't do. But you would at least appeal to what is best in the long-term interest of our athletes. I mean, I have an athlete who, when he was in class 3, class 4, getting beaten up, I said to him, don't worry, I mean, you'll be fine when you get to 18. We're not interested in you running fast at 12 and 13. It has no real value to your life. Just stay focused, and we know what to do when you get to 18. And now he's doing exceptionally well. And he keeps repeating, reminding me as if I needed a reminder of what I said to him, 5-6 years ago, now coming through.
Yeah, you're not missing much, as it's the Class 1 girls shot put, which is being contested. And we'll bring you up to speed in just a tick with the latest happenings there. The Class 2 boys long jump was won by Jaden Parks of Titchfield with 5.75 meters. Parks also won the high jump as well. We saw him contesting that event also. Tony's King of Buff Bay, who was third in the high jump, placing second here in the long jump with 5.73 meters. And Romar Bryan of Morant Bay taking third with 5.28 meters. So the winner of the Class 2 boys long jump, Jaden Parks of Titchfield High with 5.75 meters. Getting the double there, winning both the Class 2 long jump and the high jump earlier.
And that's not an unusual combination, actually.
No, it's not. It's not. And usually you find, is it that you have certain athletes who, once they exhibit a certain level of mobility and agility, let's say when you see them in the long jump, triple jump, as a coach, you figure they could possibly join the high jump as well?
Well,
or try
you
the
need,
high jump.
it's two different mindsets required for the high jump as well as for the long jump or triple jump.
Right.
And the high jump is unique in the sense that the competition ends when you fail.
Right.
When you fail to clear the bar. And that actually requires a certain mindset, because people don't like to fail at things. And if you lose because you fail, and the winner failed too, it's just that they fail less.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
So you're jumping, you're clearing the bar, you're trying to clear the bar, it doesn't work. Not many persons can deal with that mentally for an extended period of time. So the high jump, if you don't have the right mindset, you're going to quit.
Right.
The long jump, it's just a matter of running and you're jumping, and you still have another chance, and you can jump your best jump at your last attempt and so on. So it doesn't create the same mental stress in the athlete that the high jump and the pole vault does. Right. And so many times the athletes that do both tend to eventually stop high jumping.
Right.
And they just focus on the long jump or the triple jump. And especially if they're doing triple jump and high jump, they're going to quit the high jump in no time, because the triple jump, you could improve by a whole meter season over season. So you're improving that great distance in the triple jump. You go, well, I guess I'm better at the triple jump, and then you stop. But it's just the nature of the event. And the high jump, you could be going for this, 5 centimeters year over year, if that much. Right. But the triple jump, you could very well go 14 meters one season, 15 meters the next season, 16 meters the following season. Right. And of course, how you interpret that may very well see you exiting the high jump event.
Yeah. So once again, the shot put for Class 1 girls is what is the only event being contested at the moment. Not missing much. We'll be trying to bring you up to speed with the latest point standings also. Of course, we have in terms of the relays, the 4x400 meter relays to come for both the boys and girls. We have the triple jump for Class 1 boys, and we had one competitor for the 3,000 meter open for girls, but we understand that competitor quite possibly didn't show for the event, so we won't be having the 3,000 meters. Coach, as we continue to look at the athletes competing, based on everything you've seen of them so far today, how would you assess the readiness of the athletes you've seen as it pertains preparing for champs?
Well, so far we've seen a lot of strategy being employed today. Of course, coaches and athletes have been really looking at that pathway to qualifying for this Grace Boys and Girls Champs, and of course the top 2 placings from the 1, 2, and 4 would get an automatic qualification. So we've seen cases where, athletes allowing their teammates to win to make sure they get that, or seeming to give their teammates the win so that they could get that automatic qualifying.
Yeah, we saw that in the Class 1 400 where
the defending champion.
Yes, he just settled for second and was really showboating.
Right. So he's gone 48 48-4, I think, this season, and that would get him into the top 24 of champs. And his teammate, with that time, would not make it in. And 49 is highly unlikely to make it into the Class 1 boys top 32. But they're looking. It's hard to determine what kind of shape they're in because many of the athletes have been asked to do multiple events today. So they're not doing a max effort. We saw that also in the Class 1 boys 200. That wasn't a max effort because the athlete had to come back and do the 4 hurdles and then 4x1, 4x4. So
will the schools operate a similar strategy, you think, at champs as well?
The strategy will be different depending on what the mission is for the school. I think the teams that are trying to win may do things differently from the teams that are just trying to show up and score 1 or 2 points. And you have to appreciate the quest or the push to win if you have a chance. So teams that have a real chance of winning, I'm not going to argue with them if they ask their team members to give a little bit more effort so that they can, safeguard that opportunity. But of course, you've heard the president of ISSA saying that Champs 2021 is not about winning.
Winning, yeah. And because many persons would have their concerns about athletes being rushed in the final stages of their preparation, just to be ready for Champs and to really perform at a fairly high level at Champs as well. Off and away is the 5,000 meter open for boys, and we'll also, as we see this event underway, we have the Glengoff pair of Rashawn Nelson and Tyrone Dillon, and also with them is Onif Jones of Titchfield. We have a feature to come up as well, so we're going to be showing you that in between the running here of the 5,000 meter open for boys. So just send about their business, and just a few more laps to go. So
12 more laps.
Yeah, well, for them, they'll say a few more. You'd hope they'd see it like that. So we're going to throw to a feature that we have and come back with the closing moments of the boys 5,000 meter open. Of course, the record here held by Andre Drummond, set back in 05.
Hi, my name is Jenny Russell, 2018 double gold medalist in the 4x4 relay and 400 meter hurdles at the Commonwealth Games, and silver medalist in the mixed relay at the 2019 World Championship. And my champs tips are: stay energized, stay hydrated, have fun, remember your teamwork, and remember, it's just champs.
Right, so that feature, of course, we had Genevieve Russell, Commonwealth Games champion from 2018, World Championship finalist as well, giving tips to the youngsters regarding champs. Here on screen is Rashawn Nelson of Glengoff leading in the boys 5,000 meters. His teammate Tyrone Dillon is also there. And a bit back is Onif Jones of Titchfield. The 5,000 meters open for boys. The record of 16 minutes 21.30 set by the outstanding Andre Drummond. But this was back in the year 2005. A number of great athletes coming from the East. None more so than Juliet Cuthbert as well, who would have competed for Moran Bay High.
Yes.
So
Jackie
Pusey,
Nicole Mitchell.
Yes, a plethora. But persons will say, in recent memory, a number of those who excel at Eastern Champs don't necessarily go on to do well at Champs, and particularly for that same school that they represent out east. A few of them would have transferred. I remember Daniel Dowie also running well at Eastern Champs and then transferring to Woolmer's. So a number of athletes also transferring out of the East to corporate area schools. But that shouldn't take away anything from the East. in terms of producing quality athletes.
Right.
Down
Is that
the
a
years.
case of grass greener? Because it's really lush in Portland.
Well, you know, I would say maybe those athletes, when those corporate schools take them, they might be a bit green behind the ears, not as experienced, and you know, they're fine-tuned.
You're not saying that in relation
corporate
to
area
Daniel
schools.
Dowie, are you?
No, not well.
Oh, okay.
You know, what I do notice is that the athletes, they sometimes leave the Eastern schools and attend the corporate area schools for sixth form, in particular, the latter years of their high school careers. You know?
Actually, it's not just corporate area, and I think a lot of
It's
people
mostly
tend to
corporate
think,
area.
No, corporate area on the boys' side, but not necessarily on the girls' side. On the girls' side, it's central. They
go central too. Because I
Yes.
remember most recently.
Christania?
Yeah, from St. Mary High.
Yeah.
But I remember Fiona, I forgot her surname now, from Buff Bay, the thrower. She ended up going to Edwin Allen.
Right.
This was about 2017, 2018. Yeah. And was outstanding at the Eastern Champs in both the discus and the shot put before transferring to Edwin Allen. So the central schools have had a few of the Eastern athletes transferring
Right, so
to
give
them
corporate
too.
schools a break.
Well, I think what these Eastern athletes have done, they have given the corporate area schools a break in terms of bringing their talent to these corporate area schools. But that is the nature of track and field in Jamaica, though.
Of sports.
Of sports,
Yes.
yeah. But you know, seeing that we're here at Eastern Champs,
Yes.
just to be more specific. And I mentioned that too because I was listening to overhearing a discussion in the grandstand area here where someone is saying that in the pole vault that athlete, the javelin rather, there's a record in the javelin, and someone is saying that athlete might well end up at a corporate area school next year. But you know, I would have hastened to point out to that person, if I was a part of that conversation, that Najee Mikiel is still at Port Antonio,
yes,
and did very well in Class 2,
yes,
running the 400. Was in the final, was a medal contender too. So they have been able to also retain. So the 5,000 meters open for boys still on the way. Rashawn Nelson having led from start and continues to do so. Two others with him in this one. 8.5 laps to go for the athletes here in this, the 5,000 meter open. So 12.5 laps, 8.5 to go. Rashawn Nelson of Glengoff. Conditions fairly cool, but certainly we hope that along with the sanitization stands, that the hydration stands will be there as well for these athletes out here in this lovely afternoon sunshine, as it will take a lot from the body in contesting this event. I don't expect them to come anywhere near this record of 16 minutes at 21.30 seconds, because it's not as competitive, Coach Riley. We see here Nelson really and truly having things his own way, and it's almost a Sunday evening stroll for him.
Yes, and these aren't the best conditions for this event. I mean, normally it would be done earlier or later, but of course, in a one-day championships, it's really hard to place these events, to make it best for all competitors in the various events. So the 5,000 meters is being contested in the grueling temperatures here in Kingston.
Yeah, and just a quick update. My producer letting me know that at the shot put area, we saw the officials deliberating. And what was happening there is that they had the wrong marker to measure. So they were looking to sort that out and recalibrating the equipment there. So hopefully they'll sort that out sooner rather than later, as we don't want the athletes there to be competing in vain, and that being a fault of the officials.
Yes, that would be a wasted effort. And of course, that it's very important for the officials to get it right so that the athletes' marks can actually be used to help them towards their qualification.
Yeah. So still on screen, that's the 5,000 meter open for boys. So we spoke of hydration a few moments ago. And young Rashawn Nelson having gotten a bottle of water to just replenish his system, as he was looking a little bit spent just now. But I'm sure with a bit more, with some, a bit more hydrated now, a bit more in the tank, he might well be able to push a bit more. His teammates are well behind. He leads by some over 100 meters now. So that's Rashawn Nelson of Glengoff. So the shot put is about to get on the way. That is we had the shot put. Do we shot put for class 1 and 2 girls. So they'll once again be merging these two classes. And the high jump is also on.
No, it seemed like the kid from Glengoff has exited the track in the 5,000.
Okay, so one of the Glengoff athletes is it was it the leader Nelson? No. Okay, so that is Tyrone Dillon who is out, and they're from Oberlin in the shot put. Shatoy Chambers, who had her first effort there. That is in the shot put. Shatoy Chambers, class 1 girls. 20. Let's see what her attempt would have been. That was her first attempt. 10.49 meters for Shatoy Chambers of Oberlin. And so that's class 1 girls. Well, class 1 and 2 girls. They're 2 Oberlin athletes. So Ashley Robinson as well is there. This is number 165. This is Sandria McPherson of Buff Bay. And throwing with her mask on. Coach, as I've seen from most of the events, be it field events or on the track, the athletes competing without their masks. I see where young McPherson there, she threw with her mask on. 7.89 meters for McPherson there. In the shot put, would it be a stipulation for them to have the mask on? As we see the other Buff Bay athlete, Jadelle Vassell, inside the ring now. Let's see what
they're allowed to take off the mask.
Okay,
it's up to them. But
and so
said
so, don't she did that just now.
Force them to keep it on and not going to.
Okay, because I was wondering if it was a case where she forgot to take it off and she was mandated to.
She's been practicing the protocol so often that she's just comfortable with her mask on.
So in sync with it. Yes. So Jadelle Vassell of Buff Bay, just a stand and deliver effort there just now from her. Not much movement in the circle, and I guess that's what we'll find mostly with these throws, Coach. There won't be much attention being paid to technique, no glide and so on, just a matter of stand and deliver.
Yeah, so you can either glide or you turn. It's an 8-foot circle. Lots of, well, it's a little smaller than 8 foot. The discus is 8 foot. But here it is that, of course, you have the option to glide or to rotate. And, of course, the rotation allows for greater speed to be delivered to the implement, and that, of course, with the right trajectory should take it further in principle. But of course, there's less control,
right?
And you have to be on point in terms of the release to make sure it lands within that sector.
Wow! Here we have Anna Kay Lindsay of Happy Grove. Haven't seen much of Happy Grove in the championships this year, so
I think it's their only athlete in the competition.
It could well be, and she barely kept that one inside the sector. They had Anna Kay Lindsay of Happy Grove. Once again, just stood and threw.
I think her best event is the javelin. She might be in the shot put just to help Happy Grove get a little happier.
Yeah. Because
that was corny, right?
Well, you know, nothing beats an attempt. Just like we see here in the shot put. You know, you have to make an attempt. And her attempt was 6.17 meters. So not much to that attempt, as, as it was. But I'll give you an E for effort, though. I'll give you an E for effort.
Thank you.
Yeah, that wasn't a foul attempt at all.
Oh, gosh.
Also, yes, she did compete in the javelin. My producer is telling me that she might have medaled in the event. She won the event. She did win the javelin. So no doubt trying to give Happy Grove some extra points here. And one of the outstanding athletes at Happy Grove, as Happy Grove usually well represented at Eastern Champs, having only a few athletes. So
I think if the rest of the throwing community were to be aware that
Happy Grove Portland
is the place to actually throw. It's right on that play field is right on the seaside, and it's a really nice wind that will help the implement. So all roads lead to Happy Grove to throw.
Well, certainly, Manike Lindsay making that known. As we see the athlete from Titchfield, is that Jamila Jones? Just one of the more better attempts we've seen thus far. So let's see what she would have been able to produce with that particular attempt. 8.46 meters. I think that the biggest throw we've seen thus far is 10 meters, 10.49 meters. All right, here from Oberlin now, Shatoy Chambers. She gets the white flag. And the usual stand and deliver. Of course, nationally, look no further than our very own 10.58 meters for Shatoy Chambers of Oberlin, and she continues to lead the event. This is her second throw over 10 meters. Nationally, we have Dodd, who continues to compete well for Jamaica.
Wasn't she from the East as well before she
went to Edwin Allen? But I'm not sure, but I know she ended up at Edwin Allen too. So this from athlete here from Buff Bay, Sandria McPherson. Most of these are Class 1 athletes. 10.58 meters for her as well, so she's over 10 meters. So we've seen two athletes throwing over 10 meters thus far. The other athlete from Buff Bay here now is Jadel Vassell, looking to do the glide technique. There we go. Nice glide technique. Was she able to keep that in the sector? Yes, she was. And it looks like a pretty decent throw as well. So let's see. A pretty good effort from Vassell of Buff Bay.
Maybe related to Coach Michael Vassell.
And if she is, then it would be no surprise why she's one of the athletes doing better here. Certainly. And if she is, we'd hope that she would tap into his expertise. If she's not, I'm sure he could take a closer look at her, because technique-wise, she's been the better or the best of the lot thus far. All right, so we have also action going on in the high jump class 3 boys. We have the triple jump open for boys as well. Class 1 boys.
13.65 meters for Parkinson on his second attempt.
And there's one girl, Jamara Scott. We've seen a bit of her. We also saw her in the long jump as well. I think she'll be competing at the same time with the boys. She's the only female competitor in the triple jump open, Jamara Scott. But on the runway, that's Ovane Williams of St. Mary High, just biding his time before being sent down, heading down the runway. Ovane Williams of St. Mary High. So here we go. His attempt in the boys triple jump class 1. hop, step, and not a bad effort. It's just the third and final phase of his jump there that he fell off a bit, but had a fair bit of speed and had his technique right. And yes, he got yes. Did he get the white flag? I'm not sure if they're measuring that, but a fairly good attempt.
Yeah, he would have landed on the long jump board, or the slot for the long jump board, at the end of his step, and that may have thrown him off a bit, because that's not as solid as the rest of the runway. And that's one of the challenges for some of the athletes who do the triple jump. That board was about 2 meters from the edge of the pit, so it may throw them off somewhat, but of course, hop, step, and jumping is what you need to do.
Yeah, so here's Jamara Scott. We saw a bit of her in the, well, in fact, this is Jamira, and there's also Jamara Scott. So no doubt these two are related, maybe even twins from Buff Bay. So there's Jamara Scott, and there's Jamira Scott. So it's mixing them up a bit. Jamira we saw in the high jump, and we're seeing Jamara here in the triple jump. And just abandoning that particular attempt.
And this is the last 100 meters of the...
Yeah, so back on the track for the 5,000 meters open for boys, where Rashawn Nelson is coming home now, coming home victorious in this, the 5,000 meter open for boys. Led from start to finish did Rashawn Nelson. His teammate will have one more lap to go, and that is Tyrone Dillon. 3 of them would have started this event. O'Neif Jones, he fell out just about midway the event, but that's Rashawn Nelson after winning the 5,000 meter open for boys, looking a spent force. Running just about 19 minutes there. Fairly good attempt there in the triple jump for Class 1 boys. Jamar, or is
Parkinson.
that Malik Parkinson? Yeah, just waiting to see that bib number.
That's Parkinson for sure.
Yes.
And interestingly, they're using the 11 meter board, which I think is a good thing for these athletes, as opposed to the 13 meter board, which is what is used at ISA Grace Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. So the athletes are able to make the pit and register a mark. So his mark is 14.28. I'm almost sure that might be a personal best for him.
All right, so for Malik Parkinson of Titchfield, on the runway, Ovane Williams now of St. Mary High. Another attempt for him. Third attempt, in fact. And his form was pretty clean in his previous attempt. It's his final phase that he fell off a bit in taking off for the pit. So just trying to drum up some support. And no doubt, Coach Riley, these athletes will have to support each other. There are no spectators here, so the athletes themselves will have to spur each other on. So Ovane Williams now heads down the runway. Good speed. Here we go, and he aborts that jump. He aborts, and the fact is he crossed the first board. If he had stopped before that, then it would have been an aborted attempt, but he went past the first takeoff board, so that makes it an illegal jump, even though he didn't complete the jump.
Yes, it's very important that you don't pass the plane of the board. You get the chance to reset and complete your attempt within the 60 seconds allotted to you. And of course, the officials will hold that very strictly. 1 minute.
So, second attempt for Jamara Scott of Buff Bay, the girls' triple jump, and once again fails to make the pit on her second attempt. Coach, what would you advise her to do at this point? Two attempts, not being able to get to the pit.
It's interesting that they've allowed the Class 1 boys to use 11 meter board, but they're not allowing the girl to use a 9 meter board. I mean, that would be the compromise that you'd use to make it even for the girls.
Right.
So, I mean, if you take off 2 meters for the boys, you could have taken off 2 meters for the girls too. Which means that they would have had to make a board using tape. And that would have allowed her to be a little bit more confident and get her hop, step, and jump.
Yeah.
And would probably jump more than 11 meters.
Yeah. Maybe that is something they need to look into going forward. Malik Parkinson of Titchfield is back on the runway now. Is drumming up some support as Williams did earlier. Malik Parkinson of Titchfield. This is his third attempt. So Parkinson of Titchfield, powerful down that runway, gets to the first board. Good takeoff, good attempt. And there goes the white flag for Parkinson. And he really attacked the board there. And had some clean phases right throughout. And well done. Let's see what mark he comes up with.
He came in the competition with a 14.01 season's best. So he's having a great series. He's already registered 14.2. And we see what this jump is 13.53, not as far as his previous attempt.
Yeah.
But he's having a good series.
Yeah, and compared to the other jumpers, looking a bit more accomplished and a bit more experienced. Malik Parkinson of Titchfield. Ovane Williams now of St. Mary High, looking to get a mark registered because he would have fouled his first 2 attempts. So Ovane Williams, once again, and only these 2 competitors here in the triple jump for Class 1 boys.
Yeah, I think Parkinson is from a family of jumpers. His older brother is also a triple jumper, and their mom is always at trackside clapping and very supportive of her boys. And
Ovane Williams, and once again fouling that attempt, and that would be it for Ovane Williams, not getting a mark onto the board, and he would be disappointed with those failed efforts, Coach.
Yeah, you have to bounce back and try again. And the beauty about the field events, unlike the track events, is that you get several attempts to make your best shot. You get 3 jumps to deliver your best jump. In the 100 meters, you get 1 shot at it. And so field event athletes do have a chance to correct whatever mistakes they've made and still become the champion.
Right. And I think rightly so, because the field events tend to be a little bit more technical than you'd find even on the track. Yes, the athlete is coming from the blocks. It's, for instance, in the sprint events, and they'd have to learn how to transition through their phases coming out of the blocks, etc. But in the jumps and the throws, they are as much technical as anything else.
I would say that there are more technical things to consider, but the track events are still technical. Sprinting is technical. There is a correct way to sprint.
But wouldn't you say that the more technically sound you are in the field events, the more likely you are to be successful?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I agree with you on that point. And learning the technique, mastering the technique is an important part of your training and the goal of your training, I would think. And then, of course, you come to the competition and you put everything together and you deliver your personal best, the season's best, the world record. That's how it goes.
Right. Yep. There's nothing like learning the technique and learning it early, as you were pointing out earlier, Coach Riley. The earlier you learn the technique, the better it is for you later on when you compete. You know, then you can bring everything else in, the speed and whatever else is needed. As we continue to look at action at the shot put area for the Class 1 girls. Athlete about to enter the sector. We'll tell you in just a tick who that athlete is. So the shot put for Class 1 girls still on the way. The likes of Jadelle Vassell and Anna Kay Lindsay of Happy Grove also doing quite well in the circle, shot put circle. So glide technique there from that athlete. All right, so we want to zoom in a bit on the shot put area for the, I think they're just going through their,
yeah, they're doing some practice.
Yeah, doing some practice rounds here. I think we might be on to the shot put class 2 girls now. Yep, I think yes. So that's Ashley Robinson of Oberlin. Yep, just going through their phases before the event actually begins. Getting in some practice. So we're seeing Ashley Robinson of Oberlin and also Dacia Campbell of Moran Bay. So those two we can clearly identify at the shot put area. Next track event will be the 4x400 meter relays. Usually very exciting. And in former years here at the Eastern Championships, this is when the stands would be rocking on a final day with the supporters. The relays usually bringing a whole lot of excitement. A quick update, high jump class 3 for boys, the Dashani McMarine of Tishfield, 1.45 meters, and VJ Papley, his teammate, 1.40 meters, taking first and second there in the high jump for class 3 boys. As we see, look down on the track, the 4x400 meter open for girls, and promises to be exciting. St. Mary High there, the defending champions. Glengoff should be challenging as well.
Port Antonio and Buff Bay are also there.
And coach, over the years we've seen a number of the Eastern schools, when they do turn up for champs, they sometimes bring a good relay team, and it might be a medley team. Sometimes it's a 4x4 relay team. So they save those persons. They don't run the individual events, but they do run the 4x4 and are into the final and gaining points for their schools.
Yes.
Strategy.
Strategy, because championships is about points that you score, and you can only score points if you make it to a finals. And so coaches would measure the competition and see where would be best to use the athletes to make an impact for their team. And of course, the medley are one of those events that you can put class 1 and class 2 athletes together for the boys, and I guess class 1, 2, or 3 girls together for the medley relay. And so a lot of effort is placed on making sure there's a strong medley relay team that could make it to the finals.
Yep, so on screen there, Sandra McPherson of Buff Bay, who was contesting the shot put earlier. So the officials giving the athletes and their final instructions just before the start of the 4x400 meter relay open for girls. That's St. Mary High. So we have St. Mary High and also Port Antonio, Titchfield, and Buff Bay. Not sure if Glengoff is here, but on screen there, spread across the track as they head down the back stretch. And that's Titchfield, Buff Bay, Port Antonio, and St. Mary High a bit back. Of course, St. Mary High having the likes of Sean Walters in their quartet. And this was the young lady earlier from Port Antonio who threw down the baton. So she came across the line. So let's see if she'll apply more discipline here. So St. Mary High now closing that stagger and having that slight lead. St. Mary High, very good run from St. Mary High on this opening leg from lane 3. So St. Mary High will hand over first. Then Port Antonio, Buff Bay, and then Titchfield. So St. Mary High are in the lead And trying to catch them is Port Antonio, Titchfield, and Buff Bay a bit back. But it is St. Mary High who have they have that lead now, leading by just about some 5 meters or so, looking smooth as they head down the back stretch. So St. Mary High looking to defend their title in style. Would have won this event last year as well, but Port Antonio, well, they're saying they want to have something to say about that as well. And at the back, that's Titchfield and Buff Bay. But up top, it is St. Mary High who are still leading. A very resolute looking St. Mary High. And they continue to lead, holding off the challenge of Port Antonio. So it's St. Mary High from Port Antonio. Port Antonio still challenging, not giving up. And that's very important. So St. Mary High still leads, but only just ahead of Port Antonio. So let's see the kind of strategy that the athletes will employ here on this third leg. St. Mary High. On anchor will be the outstanding Sean Walters for St. Mary High. Port Antonio still pressing. These two teams are well away from the rest of the pack, Coach Riley.
Yes, and it's the lead now is not reflecting what was happening at the exchange. Of course, the Port Baton exchange led to the gap extending, but here it is that St. Mary is still pushing forward, and Port Antonio fading a bit, went out too hard, but she's now paying for that. But of course, just 500 meters to go in this 4x400 meter relay.
Yep, and it is St. Mary. They've pretty much led from start to finish. And the outstanding Class 2 athlete, Sean Walters, will be doing anchor duties for St. Mary High. And it could all be over bar the shouting for St. Mary High. Port Antonio in second, but a lot of work to do to close that gap now on St. Mary High, who are being anchored by one of their more outstanding runners. She runs both the 400 and the 800 meters. All-round athlete is Sean Walters. Put her to run the 200 meters and she'll do it as well. So 200 meters to go, and St. Mary High well out front. The final of the girls 4x400 meter relay open, and that's Buff Bay and Titchfield a bit back. So looking to come inside the home stretch, it is St. Mary High with Sean Walters on anchor, who are coming home in style. And she won her individual event earlier as well. That is in the Class 2 girls 400 meters. Made it look easy, and she's doing just the same as she eases up off the gas now as she comes across the line. Sean Walters anchoring St. Mary High to victory. 3 minutes 0. Well, I think that time will have to be checked. That's the clock had stopped, in fact. So we'll give you the official time in just a moment, as the Port Antonio took second, Buff Bay third, and Titchfield coming through now for fourth.
So the time is now 4 minutes 00.64, the time attributed to St. Mary High for the 4-lap event.
Yeah, a pretty good effort from St. Mary High there, Coach. All 4 athletes acquitting their respective legs quite well, and they looked confident right throughout.
Yes, and that time may actually get them into the top 16 at chance. And so they could actually run that relay and make it into the boys and girls champs. Whether that will take them into the finals or not, that's going to be a stretch. But of course, that time should be among the top 16.
Yeah, for sure. But what is for sure is that this victory will give St. Mary High the needed points as they look to retain their title. Overall, they would have won the girls section last year as well, while placing second in the boys section, which was won by Buff Bay. But when you tabulate all the points, put them together, St. Mary High winning the overall championship last year. Sean Walters on screen, shining brightly for St. Mary High, Sean Walters, and looking quite stylish. I'm not sure about the headgear there, but certainly, based on how outstanding she has been at these championships, she might very well make that headgear popular.
Yes, she's making a statement.
Bringing
it on.
Yeah, making quite a fashion statement, but also doing the business on the track as well. So, as you would say, it's not all about showing. It's not all about the show, but she also has the quality to support that as well. The boys, they're out they're out there on the track now for their equivalent, and that is the 4x400 meter relay open. Buff Bay, Port Antonio, and St. Mary High are the teams listed. Well, let's see how many of them do turn up. Only two. So Port Antonio and St. Mary. So no Buff Bay. So these two will duke it out. They will duel for honors in the boys 4x400 meter relay open. Coach, how difficult or how challenging do you think it is when you have only two teams competing in the 4x4?
Well, it's still a race.
But just how competitive is it? I mean,
well, these two teams are the two best teams in the region, so they have the depth to be able to field a 4x4 team at the end of a championships where athletes have been asked to do multiple events in the same day, always apart, hopefully. And so they will actually be racing each other. Of course, the faster the two teams would be Port Antonio, based on their performance so far this season. They have at least two athletes who are sub 49 over the flat four, so they should be able to run reasonable, 3:17, 3:18 there today. So let's see if they're up to that with the tired legs that they have at the end of these championships.
And let's see if they can live up to your expectations of them as they head off here in the boys 4x400 meter relay open. It is St. Mary High and Port Antonio, only two teams reporting for the event as they head down the back stretch on this opening leg for the boys 4x400 meter relay open. St. Mary High leads by way of the stagger. Port Antonio is right there with them though, and we saw this athlete winning I think the 200 meters in class 2 earlier, looking quite easy doing it as well. So, and he had mentioned, coach, that he quite possibly would have been saving up a bit for the 4x4s. So here he is. So here we go.
Well, he's on the second leg. That's Jelani Smith. He takes the baton
there he is.
And he goes.
Yep. So, and Port Antonio, sending Port Antonio into the lead. And looking very easy. St. Mary High will have some work to do, as if they allow Port Antonio to get away from them, it could be a long afternoon for them. So final track event for Eastern Champs 2021. Port Antonio looking to win that event, and my, aren't they looking easy? Smith keeping them well ahead and looking quite smooth, as he did in winning his 200 meter section and the overall event earlier in class 1. So Port Antonio leads St. Mary High. They're still there though, not to be counted out at all. The third leg, and this is usually, coach, a strategic leg, in that you might not necessarily find either team or teams putting out their best athlete on the third leg based on how they might strategize it. But it's certainly a leg where you could either lose or gain momentum.
Yeah, but every team have the slowest athlete. You have to put them somewhere. So a lot of times they put that athlete on this leg.
Sometimes. But there are also times when, knowing that another team might be doing the same, they might just switch things up. But it's Port Antonio, though, who are leading, and leading by some 15 meters. St. Mary High, they have a lot of work to do if they are to close and possibly take victory here It might well be out of their reach this afternoon. As we see the ankle leg runner for Port Antonio well out of the reach of the St. Mary High ankle leg runner at the moment. 200 meters to go. Port Antonio looking very good. St. Mary High is looking and he's chasing. He's chasing, not giving up, but as they come inside the home stretch, it's all Port Antonio. They've led from start to finish, and I did say if Port Antonio got away from St. Mary High, it would be a long afternoon for the third and fourth leg runners, and so said, so done. As Port Antonio comes across the line, victorious and triumphant and impressive run, and St. Mary High, they will come through shortly for second.
Yeah, so Port Antonio defending their title in the 4x4 from last year, coming through a bit off what I thought they could run. I mean, they still can run that, but of course, as I mentioned, with tired legs,
right,
it would be hard to max out in that particular way. So
and maybe not in the kind of condition either that they, the similar reciprocal quartet might have been last year at Eastern Champs. 3:24.56. Coach, you had said you were looking at maybe 3:15, 3:20.
No, I said 3:18.
3:18. 3:18. Not 3:15.
No.
Okay. You're quick to clarify that. As they were looking at the Port Antonio ankle leg runner, looking very smooth and powerful, and an impressive win for Port Antonio as they close out in style, defending the title, and they would have won last year. That is the 4x400 meter relay open for boys. We see the athletes there, the quartet from Port Antonio, victorious and looking very happy. And that just about brings the curtains down on the 2021 Eastern Athletics Championships. In the background, the J3A's president, Garth Gale, just giving a vote of thanks to all the officials, the athletes, who would have participated and contributed to the staging of the Eastern Athletics Championships. Coach Riley, your thoughts on the overall event, not just from what you saw on the track and in the field, but also from how the officials operated, and to how everything was, and in particular, just zoning in on the protocols that would have been in place.
Yeah, it's a good practice for everyone. Practice for the athletes, practice for the officials, practice for the organization required to activate a competition. And I think when you practice things, you can only get better at it because you review and then you make changes for the next opportunity. And these athletes would have great appreciation for the chance to come out and demonstrate to the entire world what they can do. They do have 2 weeks left before the championships, the big one, and of course they are looking forward to it. Lots of automatic qualifiers today. They're happy going home, lots of singing on the bus, and of course I hope they'll do that with their masks on, and we see them again. Maybe some will show up this Friday for the qualification series of the J3A, and then of course for the Issa Grace Boys and Girls Championships on the 11th of May.
Additionally, the Western Championships come up on Thursday, as well as Stets, and that will also be a dress rehearsal for champs, and another opportunity for the officials to get things right, and athletes as well, as they rehearse for what is to come at champs as it pertains to the COVID-19 protocols. Just a few results that we might not have given you earlier. Shantoy Chambers of Oberlin winning the Class 1 girls shot put, 11.26 meters. Jamila Jones of Titchfield second at 9.30 meters. Jadel Vassal of Buff Bay, 9.05 meters. And those were the first gold, silver and bronze in the shot put for Class 1 girls. In Class 2, Ashley Robinson of Oberlin took that, 11.38 meters, and Dacia Campbell of Moran Bay was second with 10.87 meters. So that looks to conclude proceedings here at the Eastern Athletics Championships for 2021. Of course, we want to thank you, the viewers, for tuning in to TVJ, as well as TVJ Ascend. Remember, we'll be back on Thursday with the Western Championships. And I just want to say thanks as well on behalf of Renata Brown, who was here earlier, and Dwayne Extall, of course, Coach David Riley, and of course the indomitable Sharon Schrouter, our producer, making things possible. And on behalf of the entire production team, I am Jermaine Brown saying thanks for watching and thanks for tuning in, and see you on Thursday when we'll do it all over again, this time at the Western Championships at Stets in St. Elizabeth.